Good morning, everyone. Going to have everyone make their way over for our first session of the day. All right, well, welcome to ATP Day 2, and we thank you all for joining us at this year's Accelerating Technology Procurement Summit. We have a fantastic lineup of speakers today, which brings me into my first introduction, PASS's own Head of Product Development, Bennett Falk. Bennett has had the opportunity to lead 2 development teams that have both produced industry-leading SaaS platforms. Without further ado, I will turn things over to Bennett to speak on the power of relevant data.
All right, good morning, everyone. I take it that everybody can hear me. I can hear myself pretty well here. So, like Natalie mentioned, my name is Bennett Falk. I'm the head of product development here at PASS. And basically what that means is I lead our app development teams, our database infrastructure teams, really geared all around towards technology spend data. And so one of the things that Eric told me to talk about told me to mention when he was telling me that I was going to give a talk at ATP here is basically that I'm a little bit of a geek. So I work with data all day, every day. And that's really my world. So really excited to talk to you guys here today about the power of relevant data and how PASS utilizes data both as a competitive advantage for ourselves, but then also giving that competitive advantage to our clients as well. So just want to give a quick background on PASS for those of you who may not be quite as familiar. PASS is a technology spend analytics firm. In fact, we're the global leader in technology spend analytics. And so basically what that means is that we save our clients money on their indirect technology. And so the way that we do that is through primarily our data, but then also our executive network of contacts within these suppliers, and then our expertise. We have a whole staff of procurement experts who are really going through this data and figuring out exactly how to achieve these savings outcomes for our clients. So with that in mind, I want to start here today with one of my favorite quotes from the business world. It's a quote from David Abney, who's the former CEO of UPS. And he says, "Complacency poses one of the most serious threats to any business." And so complacency, at least in my world, is staying static with data strategy. And so that's really what we're here to talk about today, is being more dynamic and being more active about that data strategy to really leverage the tools and the advantages that can come alongside a really strong data strategy. So I want to first start out with just a simple question: what is data? Data is a lot of things. It's a little bit hard to define almost. But the first thing that it is really is information. And collected in the right way, it can be objective information. We've all heard the story that you can make data and make statistics, tell any story that you want, but in true real data collection and the data, especially that PASS has, we can look at that very objectively and help us make decisions on that. So I'm a sports guy. I like data in sports. I'm kind of a junkie on that. And so I like to refer to the Moneyball example. For those of you who are familiar, the movie following the book by Michael Lewis, centered around Billy Beane, the general manager of the Oakland Athletics. And so the reason that Billy Beane was able to be successful in that time frame and the reason that it spawned this whole Moneyball movement was because he needed to look at players differently. He needed to look at players objectively. What he had was scouts looking at players and saying, oh, that guy's too short, that guy's too slow, that guy's swing is a little bit funky. And so what Billy Beane did was look at the data, look at players objectively to really find inefficiencies in that market. And so that's the primary thing of what data is it can be objective information. The second thing is confidence. Strong data comes along with a really confident decision-making processes. So quick example of that is if I ask the room, generally, pick rock, paper, or scissors. About a third of you guys would choose rock, third would choose paper, third would choose scissors. Now, if I told you, if I gave you the data that I was going to choose rock, you'd know very comfortably, I'm going to choose paper. And that's really what data does. It is informed decision-making. And so the last thing, and this particular one is going to kind of spur on the rest of this talk here, is data is competitive advantage. So this is, again, where PASS has really allowed data to become a competitive advantage for us, and then we are sharing that competitive advantage with our clients to create a competitive advantage for themselves as well. So in their book, Competing on Analytics by Thomas Davenport and Gene Harris, they define competitive advantage with data as these series of things. So they need each one of these 5 things in order to really maintain a competitive advantage in data. First 2, being hard to duplicate and unique. Those 2 kind of go hand in hand, where it needs to be something that is different enough from what's already in the marketplace to where it can't be duplicated already really quickly and then lose that competitive advantage right away. And so PASS has done both of those things, and we'll talk about that a little bit later with PASS Forensics, because we get conversations all the time to say, your data set is unlike anything else we've seen in the market, and that's really powerful. And it's really unique, and it's hard to duplicate because of the processes that we've put in place to actually get at this data. The third thing is adaptable to many situations. And this is kind of where PASS and Invari and data staff, for those of you who are familiar, kind of come all into play with synergistics. Essentially, it's similar solutions to different problems, right? I mean, we're all geared around spend reduction and saving clients money. It's just different ways of doing exactly that. And then the last 2, the better than competition and renewable, are going to be kind of what we talk about with the rest of this talk as well. So with that, I'll go to the next slide. So the benefits, let's see, I'll actually go back one. The benefits of technology procurement data, the benefits of competitive advantage are pretty obvious, just as far as, I mean, increased market share, increased profitability, things like that. Again, having a competitive advantage, we all know what that means. Within technology procurement in particular, it means reduced technology spend, shorter procurement cycle, and more favorable terms and conditions. And there's going to be a great talk later today about getting the terms and conditions right on the first try, and that's really, again, one of the benefits of competitive advantage and data in that technology procurement space. So, again, like I said before, the PASS business model is taking that competitive advantage that we have created for ourselves and sharing that with our clients. And the way that we share it with our clients is through our PASS Forensics database. Now, PASS Forensics has real data, relevant data. And so basically what that means is that we have full confidence in every single data point that we have in our system to its own merit. And so that's really powerful because we're collecting. Basically, what real data means is data that has been signed in the marketplace. It's existing contracts between clients and suppliers. It's list prices that have been published by OEMs and VARs. It's spend data that clients have actually purchased at a certain price. And that all adds up to 400 million data points, over 11,000 unique suppliers, and then 2.4 million distinct SKUs with pricing data. And that continues to grow each and every single day. So what I want to talk about now is why that really matters. Real data versus survey data. And so going back to the competitive advantage, why it's unique is we have, at PASS, the real data versus that survey data. And so survey data has a few concerns. We all have heard some of the issues with survey data, just to name a few. Response bias, sampling bias, reward bias, and I'll talk about those in just a sec here. But I want to talk a little bit about Gartner just very quickly. Justin, our GVP of sales, Justin Jones, received a survey a few weeks back from Gartner saying, hey, would you please review any technology that you've procured over the last year, and if you do, we'll give you a $25 gift card to the restaurant of your choice. And so that is rife with problems right there. First, response bias, like I mentioned. We actually don't know who, I mean, as a survey giver, we wouldn't know who is responding to that as far as where their biases may lie. Typically what you see is more people responding who are either really angry at the product or really happy with the product. Sampling bias, we actually don't know. I mean, Justin forwarded that survey to me, and I was actually able to go through and complete that survey with or without knowledge of that particular product. So often what we've heard is these surveys get passed off to other people within the business who are kind of just looking for that $25 gift card. That leads me to that reward bias. With that $25 gift card, there's an incentive to complete the survey, but not really an incentive for accuracy. And so that not only is for reviewing the products, but also Gartner does the same thing for product pricing data. And so that's how they construct their benchmarks, and that's how they get the data in the market for that pricing. And so with those surveys, there are also a couple assumptions that we really take issue with that we have seen be able to be challenged with our real data. The first one is that bigger spend with a supplier equals better deals. That doesn't necessarily happen. It often happens when we get involved in negotiating, but that doesn't necessarily happen by itself in the market. So we had an example where we had a client who had $10 million in spend with a particular supplier, and they were getting something like a 60% discount overall. And then we had another client who came in and had a very similar deal at $3 million in spend, and they actually already had a 75% discount. So things like that really throw off a lot of those survey numbers, but we have that information already in our system to know exactly what the best deals are. Second thing is good recollection. It assumes that somebody knows what they paid for a technology up to a year after they've already paid for it. So I don't know about you guys, I don't remember anything that I've done 10 or 12 months ago. I certainly wouldn't expect you guys to remember a particular number. I wouldn't remember a particular number about what I paid for a particular item 10 or 12 months ago. But with real data, we are capturing that in the system right away, and it stays there. It's sticky. The third thing is that the market is slow moving, and that kind of goes hand in hand with the point before it, where it assumes that the market stays relatively static. And we all know that that's not the case. Technology changes constantly. Sometimes suppliers change pricing structures every 6 months, and really without warning. And getting that information a full year later makes that necessarily slow. Whereas with PASS, because we're collecting more and more information in real time and knowing exactly when it's time-stamped, we can continue up and be up to date with those trends. And then the fourth assumption is that clients want the average price in the market. If you look at Gartner and look at kind of what they're expecting you to get in the market, generally it's the aggregation of the survey data information. And so because of all of the survey bias concerns that we talked about before, those of you who may have taken a statistics class will recognize this. This is just a simple bell curve. When you're dealing in aggregates with surveys, to eliminate some of the error issues, you end up with a distribution like this. And basically what this means is, if I ask the room now, instead of rock, paper, scissors, if I asked you guys, I have a can of beans right here, how many beans are in this can? Now, some of you may say 100, some of you may say 300, but generally with the wisdom of the crowds, we'd end up kind of in that middle ground of 200 or so. And we'd see a distribution like this, given a large enough sample size. And so basically what this does is it shows you exactly what the average price in the market is, really with no respect for what you want. Again, this is necessitated by some of the error, or by some of the biases associated with survey data that really PASS forensics with our real data doesn't run into. So further illustrated by this, this is a nice slide here showing basically the difference between the average and what PASS forensics gets. So this is a simple scatter chart here with unit price and quantity. And so generally we'd expect to see kind of a downward trajectory there where the more you buy, the less you pay per item. And so that blue line there represents the survey information. This is kind of the average that you're seeing in the marketplace. And maybe we want to try to get to that or a little bit below that even. But with PASS forensics, because we are collecting that real data and we don't have to worry about the bias concerns, we can constantly be getting to that orange line, the lowest possible price for the quantity. And so that gap there, as it shows, are savings. And so maybe that savings is 1% or 2%, but when you're negotiating a $10 million deal, 1% or 2%, especially if in the private equity world with dealing with multipliers like Michael Cadieux talked about a little bit yesterday, that ends up adding to a significant amount of money. And so that's really where past forensics can really make an impact over survey data, and that's why real data is so important in this market. The last thing I want to talk about is exactly what that means. So with benchmarking capabilities, PASS performs these benchmarks. First of all, it can turn them around within 72 hours, so that's really important. And the second thing is, because we're operating on real data and we're just essentially searching a repository for existing contracts that have already been signed and are relevant, we can benchmark on the proximity to deal expiration, proximity to the supplier fiscal year or quarter end, the client size, the client industry, the specific configurations associated with that quote, and then the terms analysis. And like I mentioned, there's a great talk at the end of the day about that terms analysis. And so we can see a lot of these results. I know Rourke, who will be speaking later today, is here. We've saved them a few $1 million. Red Robin spoke yesterday. We've saved them a couple $100,000 in the last 3 months or so. And then Officio is here as well, who is self-described as the world's largest procurement consultancy. And they buy our data. They buy our benchmarks. And so you can see that the power of this real data has created this competitive advantage and allows our clients to maintain that competitive advantage and use that for themselves as well. Thank you. And with that, any questions? Do we have time? Okay. Sure. So the question was, how specific are the benchmarks that we provide? So we have a couple different benchmark types, lightweight, comprehensive, and competitive. And so those are tiered basically with how in-depth we get with those benchmarks. The lightweight is kind of a price check on aisle 4, so it's basically how is the price that I'm quoted at compared to the best price that we can get. And that's always down to that line item level. So we're benchmarking at that line item level to make sure that you are getting the appropriate SKUs, the appropriate configuration, and we never make decisions for you to say this is the configuration that you should have. Comprehensive includes a terms analysis, and then competitive also includes that terms analysis, but then also brings in, maybe if you want to take a look at some of the top competitors for this particular supplier, we can take a look at those as well.
Can you talk about why you call it forensics?
Yeah, absolutely. So the question was why we call it past forensics. So we call it past forensics essentially because it's a query tool where we're diving in and figuring out exactly information. We're essentially investigating, right? And so we liked that whole investigative mindset there, where we have a piece of information, and then we're investigating that particular SKU or that particular configuration to figure out exactly what the best price and the best terms that we've seen have been. So the question was, how do we get our data? And so that's a great point. I kind of skipped over that, unfortunately. So we have 3 main silos of data. So the first one is OEM and VAR data. So we go out and we take in data from the OEMs, the VARs, the value-added resellers, to get kind of a baseline list price. And so we've been very successful in getting a lot of data from that, kind of as, again, that baseline to make sure that this is an idea of where that pricing lies. The second one, the biggest one, is client contracts. So we take in data from our clients, goes into past forensics once it's been anonymized. We take out all client-specific information, all client-identifying information, so we can query all of these existing contracts without knowing exactly who the client is, and find out SKUs through those client contracts. And then the third one is client spend. So often our clients will send us kind of a spend or purchase history from their ERP system. And we take that in, we categorize that information, and host that in past forensics as well.
Do you find that the benchmarks and ultimately the deals differ dramatically between industries?
Between industries, not particularly. So the question was, do benchmarks differ greatly between industries? And so are you talking specifically about like the industries, the client industries, or the industries that we are benchmarking? Sure. So again, they don't particularly differ a ton. They can in certain circumstances, but often what we're seeing is it's more, the parameters are largely more around entire size of the client, the proximity to exactly when that supplier needs that deal or when the client even needs that deal, and then some of the terms that are associated with that as well. We have time for one more question, I'm being told. Great question. So how old is the data in the database? So like I talked about before, we like to stay current. We like to stay relevant because technology procurement changes all the time. And so the data is automatically recycled out of the past forensics system every 24 months. But the data in past forensics is automatically prioritized by how recent it is. So we're always finding the most recent and most relevant results, and then we can go back further up to 24 months in order to find something if something doesn't exist more recently. So, all right, with that, I will turn it over back to Natalie. Thank you all for listening.
All right, thank you very much, Bennett. We're going to keep things rolling with our next session here. Our next speaker, Bert O'Neill, has had the opportunity to hold various procurement and supply chain positions at companies like McKinsey & Company and Vulcan Materials. He joined Roerich in 2020, where he is the head of supply chain and a member of Roerich's Responsible Investment Committee. A fun fact about Bert O'Neill is he was a football coach at Auburn University. Without further ado, I would like to turn things over to the head of supply chain, Bert O'Neill.
Good morning. Thank you to the PAS team for hosting us today and for all the partnership over the last 12 months. It's been a great partnership. And today we're going to talk a bit about accelerating technology procurement. And I'm going to try to answer two questions. One, why do it? Why seems to be the best first question to ask. Two is how we think about that. And in sharing how we think about that, there are going to be 10 different fundamentals. And there's no sort of secret sauce or trade secrets or anything like that I'm going to share with you. As Natalie said, I'm a former football coach, and the fundamentals help you win the games. So we're going to talk about the 10 that we put into practice. Before I do that, as an introduction, Roerich Capital, it's a company you probably haven't heard of us before, but I can almost guarantee that you have shopped with our brands before. We focus mainly on consumer-facing retail businesses. A lot of that's food, Sonic, Jimmy John's, Cheesecake Factory. Some of that's health and wellness, Orange Theory, Massage Envy. And we're investing more and more in business services. And these are things that consumers need. It's all need-based spend. We've got about 22 different companies, and underneath those companies, 50 different brands. And the job of our team, on our operations team, is to spend time in two areas. One would be, if there's a very targeted operating initiative within the company, is to roll up our sleeves and be great business partners to our management teams and be very collaborative in those efforts. The second piece, which is relevant today, is to figure out how do we harness the power of a portfolio that has a lot of commonality. You'll see a lot of other private equity firms or investment firms that might have a healthcare business here, an industrial business there, a technology business. But there's a lot of commonality. 21 of the 22 companies that are on the screen operate a facility every day. So there's a chance for us to go in and say, what's the best way to operate a facility? 22 out of 22 companies on there have some sort of digital initiative that's a top 3 priority on the CEO's agenda. So very important for us to be involved, to be on the forefront of any sort of digital change. I've got 2 colleagues, teammates with me today, Elizabeth Lisenby, who's on our operations team, and Jason Maddox, who leads IT for us. And we've been partnered up with the PAS team for the last 12 months to put in place a project that we call Short Circuit. And we're basically trying to short circuit and accelerate the technology procurement process so we can do more deals, do more business, and better serve our customers. You guys can read that. Does anybody know the guy in the blue jacket? Does that guy look familiar? I'm sure you guys, I've sat in that meeting before. I'm sure you guys have sat in that meeting before. The guy in the blue jacket's looking for a job right now because that bowling ball hit him in the back of the head a couple years ago. But right now, I'd say it's important as ever. When we talk about digital transformation, we almost talk about it so much that what does it even mean anymore? When we say digital, are we talking about data and analytics? Are we talking about digital marketing? Are you talking about security? Are you talking about your customer mobile experience? What are you talking about with digital? And I think COVID in the last 2 years made us wake up and say, we need to get much more specific when we use the word digital, we use the word transformation, or what are we actually talking about here? And right now, I would tell you, it's more meaningful now than it's been in a long time. It is a tough environment to operate in right now. Inflation's off the chart, and it's not going to ease up anytime soon. Oil prices are up 55%, and in a business like ours, you get hit on both sides. 100% of the trucks that arrive to our sites to deliver product burn diesel fuel. Diesel fuel hit $5 last week. It's never done that in the history of diesel fuel before. On the other side, all of our consumers, unless they're driving Teslas, are burning fuel to get to our stores. So we're getting the pinch on both sides, and that dynamic is not going to change. Hiring, 7%, which is basically twice the number, is the job openings rate. It's really hard to staff people. And a lot of people will tell you, oh, it's the stimulus dollars. That is just too simple of a response. It's a lot more complicated than that. People have got more opportunities today than they ever have with the gig economy. It has nothing to do with stimulus dollars. I can drive for Uber in the morning. I can drive for DoorDash throughout the day. I can do a flexible schedule with Amazon and deliver packages. I can get on Etsy and make my own crafts. Etsy users, the people that make money on Etsy, has gone up 4 times in the last couple years because people are making a little bit of money here. And I think a lot of people sat at home during the pandemic. They took care of their children or they took care of their parents, and they said, I'm not going back. I'm not going back to doing an 8-hour shift again. So hiring those people has become increasingly more difficult. And I share this with you because the pressure's on for CEOs. The stat at the bottom made my eyes open. 72% of CEOs today are worried about losing their jobs. In the middle of COVID, in the middle of a global pandemic, that number is 25%. Think about that. In a global pandemic, something we've never experienced before, 1 in 4 people thought my job might be on the line in my upcoming board meeting. Now it's 3 out of 4 CEOs because the pressure's on. The pace of change is moving so fast right now. Saw this last week, that AI computing power doubles every 3.4 months. Moore's Law is history now. It's not every 2 years. And you just think about the experience of AI and voice recognition. We're looking at a lot of new technologies because it's so hard to staff of how can I go through a drive-through and have AI handle that conversation with the consumer? That was pretty wonky about 2 years ago, even a year ago, and it was uncomfortable. It felt like you were talking to a robot, because you are. Now, the person on the other side of the speaker, they'll joke with you, they'll upsell you. There might even be a voice that you like on the other side. They even know what the weather is. So if it's hot outside, they can offer you a cold drink. And if it's cold outside, they can offer you a warm drink. That has changed like that. Online food delivery transactions up 4 times in the last 3 years. 4 times. So you think about the technology requirements to enable all of that to happen, but also think about if you're running a restaurant. Reasonably, you had 10 DoorDash drivers or Uber Eats drivers show up at lunch to pick up a bag of food. Now it's 40. Or if you're a decent-sized restaurant, it could have been 50 people, and now you got 200 people. They got to park, they got to come grab the food, you got to package it. Think about the operational burden that puts on the restaurants as they're operating. And 80% growth in e-commerce. And you guys know Amazon has taken over in the last couple of years and used this as an opportunity to pounce. Current pace of change is as fast as it's ever been. And disruptions are more common. You guys remember the snowstorm in Texas 13 months ago? That seems like really old news. That seems like really old news. 13 months ago, and all the bad stuff that has happened since then, we have not recovered from that snowstorm. You cannot find plastic cups because the snowstorm totally threw the resin markets out of whack. Plastic cups is one example, but all the other plastic products that are out there, we're recovering from that one little thing. That has nothing to do with COVID, that has nothing to do with global conflict, that has nothing to do with inflation. That's one event that we forgot about 13 months ago. We are still recovering from that, and it's going to take another year or 2 to recover that. The chip shortage. GM had no idea that one of their biggest competitors was PlayStation because they got to find chips. These are the smartest supply chain people in the world. There's armies of PhDs sitting in Detroit who invented all this stuff. And they've produced entire vehicles, and they're missing one component. How do a bunch of PhDs miss that one? And so I love this quote that we found, which is, we used to occasionally have black swan events. Now it's a flock of black swans coming right at you. More difficult. Heightened consumer expectations. All of our expectations have gone up. And for younger generations, they're even higher. 70% of e-commerce baskets are canceled. Somebody gets impatient, somebody changes their mind. You've got the shopper to your store online. They've made the decision. They've agreed on everything. They're right there in the basket. You've poured marketing dollars into this whole thing to get them to that point, and they cancel the order 70% of the time. It takes 4.5 seconds for a consumer online to get frustrated. 4.5 seconds. You can just count it out loud while I take a sip of water. So the pressure's on. So what does that mean? What I've mentioned, we're supposed to talk about technology procurement. Why am I talking about inflation and snowstorms in Texas? If you add it all up, there's only so many things you can control in the world. You can't do anything about inflation. You can't do anything about chip shortages. But what you can do is really focus in and look across your agenda, look across your priority and say, what are the things that I can control? What are the things that I can resource, or I can put partnerships in place, or I can pour money into that I can actually control on a day-to-day basis? And procurement is a great one, and technology procurement and moving faster in that arena, I can't think of a better example. And that's exactly why it's one of our top priorities. So how do we do it? 3 legs to the stool, and these are things that we try to put in practice. I'm not going to say we're great at them, but it's something we strive for. 1 is visibility. 2 is the right relationships. The right relationships. You hear people say in sales conferences, relationships matter. Well, the right relationships matter. Don't waste your time on the wrong ones. And intensity, and we'll talk about what that means. So in visibility, when I was 22 years old, I learned an important lesson on visibility. My first job was, I was the most junior member of the coaching staff at Auburn University, so got to be a part of a big Division I SEC football school. And the coach said, you've got your first assignment. Our wide receivers cannot catch a cold in the wintertime. Figure that out. We've got to start catching the football. I said, okay. And I went back and I watched the film, and he was right. The quarterbacks were hitting them in the hands. They were dropping everything. So I went out and I hired a small army of student assistant coaches, went to Office Depot and bought a bunch of clipboards and paper. And I said, guys, every time a ball hits a receiver's hands in practice, you're going to put a tally for catch and a tally for drop. One of you guys is going to key all that stuff in Excel, and we're putting a big poster outside the locker room that's going to have the catch percentage. You guys know what happened, the Hawthorne effect. When you put a spotlight on an operating metric, people pay attention, people improve. That's an easy insight, and of course that happened, and you saw the numbers go up. But what I learned as I watched the guys go up to that poster is they started to talk to each other. So one guy would say, hey, you did 100%. How'd you do that? Hey, man, I put this sticky stuff on my hands. I got to catch this ball. Hey, man, you did 100% yesterday too. How'd you do that? Well, I'm shaping my hands differently on the way that I catch the ball. And they started to talk to each other. So what I learned there is when you give people visibility, you just took one coach and you turned them into 12-player coaches. You just took your capacity for improvement and for coaching, and you just spread it out among everybody else in the organization, because now they got the visibility on how to improve. So I think that's something that we try to put in practice is how can we get visibility and better understand what we have in place today and what the opportunities are. And to build on Bennett's example, what he mentioned earlier about data being an advantage, is first is to get visibility is build the fact base that gives you an advantage. We're all starting at a terrible disadvantage when we go to negotiate with any technology, any vendor for that matter, but especially in technology. The contracts are complicated. The sales professionals are very talented and well compensated, and this is all they do. They spend 100% of their time. We have one account executive that we work with at a large technology company, he used to work at NASA. That was his first job. And he spends 100% of his time on their contracts. Okay? I'm a former football coach, and I spend about 3% of my time thinking about his contract. Who has the advantage in that situation? So you've got to figure out a way, how do you build your advantage? And it starts with data that's real data. I love Bennett's comments on the survey data. It's got to be real data to swing the playing table in your favor. Second is create a clear definition of success. What is the target? What are we actually going for here? Is it 15% save? Is it these T's and C's? What are we actually shooting for here? And one of the reasons I think you've got to have the clear target is it's going to help you develop exactly how much time you're going to spend on it. And that's your most valuable resource. If the target's 15%, everything comes back, you're at 15, call it a day, move on to the next one. If the target's 15, you need more time, sign an extension, put more time into it. And we wouldn't know what the target is without benchmarks and data and information in order to do that. And the third is understand the full picture. Our founder has a great comment when it comes to negotiations. He said, pricing's for amateurs, terms are for professionals. Pricing's for amateurs, the terms are for the professionals. Getting into the guts of the T's and C's and really understanding and having a list and having a point of view on what that needs to look like. One example that's come up in the last years we've worked through our project, it's a simple one, but it's rebalancing the licenses. How painful is it to pay for a license that you're not using? But there's a simple solve. Put terms and conditions in that say every year you can rebalance the licenses. And yes, the salespeople are going to push back on you, but I would tell you it is definitely, we've got some of our friends here, it is in their interest. Because if I'm paying for 100 licenses that we are not using, and we go to the sales team and say, hey guys, we need to rebalance this, we need to look at that, and their comment is, no, you don't understand. My boss's 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 boss has got to report to Wall Street that we sold those licenses. You have just told me Wall Street is more important than you as a customer. It's clear as day. That's what I hear every time. The other piece of rebalancing is it actually gives the partner an opportunity to sell something else inside the budget. So now you've worked your way around the budget constraint and said, I hear you, you're not using those licenses. Why don't we replace it with that product? It's a new solution. Now I'm value selling like my boss's boss's boss has told me to do, and he's telling the street that I'm doing, but I'm not because I don't have a rebalancing clause that's in there. So it actually works out in everybody's favor. That's one small example of getting that term in the contract and the value that you can create and how it actually helps the partnership. And it allows the vendors to say, you, Mr. Customer, are more important than my earnings call. That's a sticky one. The right relationships. I've heard people say the number one rule in sales is know the decision maker. Has anybody heard that cliche before? Find the decision maker. So they train young sales when they have conferences like this. Figure out a way to work through the organization, find that decision maker, and go for them. That's the throat you need to go after. Procurement's the same thing. Find the decision maker. Who can actually get the thing approved? And a lot of salespeople, especially more junior salespeople, will tell you, well, that's all I can do. That's my best and final. And he's right, or she's right. That is all they can do because that's all they know how to do. They are telling you the truth because either they have a pricing floor in place and they don't have the seniority to go around it, they don't have the influence within their organization or with their boss to influence what's in the quote, or they don't understand the value of the relationship. That's all they can do. That's not the person you want to talk to. You need to talk to the person that can get stuff done and then understand how does that person get the approvals in place? What does the approval hierarchy look like? So getting to the right person. Number 5, find an Avis dance partner who wants to dance. So I'm an Alabama kid, so we speak in colloquialisms. That's how we talk. So there's a couple things to unpack with that one. Finding a dance partner who wants to dance. Because we're a private equity firm, it's a little bit of a different agreement. It's a different relationship with our different partners. We are not the users of the technology. We're not the selectors of the technology. That's for our companies to do. That's their job. They're close to the business. They're close to the operations. They're close to the customer, so they know what they need. So What we want to do is find people who actually want to come to the party. And as soon as we catch wind that maybe this isn't something that I want to do, we're done. It's a total waste of time. Most dating relationships, if they aren't going well, probably means the marriage isn't going to go well either. Same thing with sales. If the sales professional's being difficult, your service and support is going to be awful. So as soon as we catch wind that sales professional does not want to come to the party, we're done. We're going to go find somebody else that wants to dance with us. And we're happy to do it. The Avis, what does that mean? Do you guys remember the famous Avis ad in the, God, it might have been 60s or 70s? What was the tagline? Does anybody know? There's some old people in here. You got to know. We try harder. Avis went to the market and said, hey, we're the number 2 player. Who advertises they're the number 2 player? We're not number 1. Everybody says we're number 1. Even if they're not number 1, everybody holds their finger up. We're number 1. Avis came out and said, no, we're number 2. We try harder. That's who we're looking for. It's the vendor, it's the partner, it's the supplier who says, we're like Avis. We're not going to pound our chest. We're not going to talk about being number 1. We're not going to have the organizational ego to tell you we're the best. We'll figure out if you're the best. That's our job to do. It's not your job to tell us. We want the we try harder. And every supplier relationship, I've done dozens, if not hundreds of contracts over the last 10 years. The final thing, I look through the Avis lens. And that's not in writing anymore. That's just through my own lens of looking at, do they have the we try harder factor? And if they don't, they're out. It's that simple. Climb the learning curve with specialists. How do you partner with people who do this on a day-to-day basis? That this is all they do. When they get up in the morning and they look in the mirror, this is all they're doing. And they're specialized, whether it's in cloud, whether it's in security, whatever, it doesn't matter. But we want to find the people that are 100% focused on solely that, and that's who we want to partner with. The last thing we want to hear is somebody who's selling financial software say, hey, I got something for your operations. I think we could take this over here and drop it in. Stop. Don't want to hear it. There are people that do operations, and that's all they think about. That's who we want to go with. And how do you climb up the learning curve together with them? The third one is intensity. And in my year and a half in private equity, I've learned that you have to take the intensity up a few levels. We move in terms of minutes and hours, not in terms of days and weeks. So as we have the negotiation tennis match back and forth, as soon as the ball comes on our side of the net, we're going to get back on the other side of the court as fast as possible because we need the wheels of commerce to move as fast as we possibly can so we can get on to the next deal. We've got, 20, 30 different negotiations going on right now concurrently, and our job is to get the tennis ball back on the other side of the net as fast as possible so we can put these in place and start to realize the value. That's the game. So moving with speed and responsiveness. Expect partners to prove the value. This shouldn't be a problem. And if a sales professional tells you that they're going to create all sorts of value, they should have no issue going to prove it for you. Shouldn't be a problem. If they're not willing to put their money where their mouth is, if they're not willing to invest in it, then the value is probably not there. So your expectation should be they are going to come in and run a proof of concept. They're going to come in and they're going to invest in us. They're going to put dedicated resources in on their dime because they know the value's there, and if you prove the value, especially in a private equity world, I know that we're going to get a positive response. Expect them to prove the value. And the last is bring your A game. I remember when I left graduate school to get my first job, it was after the financial crisis, and all the job market was just a mess. And said, well, the single failure point in this is the interview process. If I mess up in the interview, forget about it. All this work, spending money on school, taking a couple years off to go do that, having my wife work hard to support us. If I fail in the interview, it's all for naught. So before my interview, I did 51-hour practice interviews to make it happen. I don't think we do enough practice. If your first time within a negotiation is in the negotiation when you have your talking points, it is way too late. You need to either pull a teammate aside or spend those quiet moments in the morning preparing for it, thinking about it, rehearsing it on your own, and practice, practice, practice. If you show up for game day and you hadn't had a practice, good luck to you. So part of bringing your A game is practice, practice, practice. So number 10, I'll give Eric and the team a shout out, is how these guys have helped us. Somebody told me a long time ago, you know, even Olympic athletes have trainers. We all need people to push us and get us better, no matter how good you think you are. Even Olympic athletes have trainers, and most of them have multiple trainers. And the PAS team for us, we recognized and we said, we don't have the time to put in this. We don't have the data. How could we possibly have the data of what other companies are doing outside of us? And we don't have the specialization to make this happen. And yes, we could go hire people and build our team out to develop this capability, or we could put the right partnership in place with the right incentive program. So these guys have helped us on all three legs of the stool. Benchmarks that help set the target, those save time. I mean, with the same partners, we've had conversation where the best and final came through, and we sat down with the PAS team, we went to the forensics, and we looked at it and we said, they're right on the money. That's a good, solid offer that everybody wins. We went back to the client and said, let's sign the contract and let's move on. We just saved a lot of time. And we just saved a lot of conversations where we could have destroyed some goodwill in the relationship. We've had other situations where the benchmark came back and we went, there's a gap here, put the extension in place for the next 2 months because we've got 6 weeks that we got to slog through this. And that's based on having the targets and having the benchmarks in place to know what success looks like. In my previous job when I ran procurement supply chain for a big industrial company, the one question that would just drive me bananas when I would negotiate is, did I get the best deal possible? And I never had a way to answer that question. We would negotiate hundreds of millions of dollars with Caterpillar and Komatsu and big mining, earth-moving equipment. And I always wanted to know, did I win? I think I won. The other sales guy is really good, and he's well-trained to tell me I won, so I feel good about myself, and so I'll stop pushing on him. Don't trust that one. But did I really win? The benchmarks give you a very clear indicator if you have a winning contract in place. The right relationships, connecting with the right executives, mentioned salespeople need to find the decision maker. The PAS team has helped us get to the right people. Some of the people are in the room. Help us get to the right people. And that could be when a fire is going on at one of the companies. We need to get to the right person right now to put the fire out because this is a disruption to the business. Or it could be we need to have a more strategic conversation around the long-term relationship. And then intensity. Bennett said 72-hour turnaround time. It's a 48-hour turnaround time, Bennett. 48-hour turnaround time in terms of getting the benchmarks done so we can move and we can get the tennis ball back over the net. But also the savings guarantee. It's a very unique model, you guys that have used PAS before, that they're going to guarantee and they're going to underwrite the savings. And when somebody can lock in an ROI, it's hard to ignore that. Let's come back to our friend in the blue jacket. So I'd say, what's next? We talked about COVID, the snowstorm in Texas, some global conflict, the chip shortages, one black swan after the next. It's not over. It's going to continue to happen. So I go back to control what you can control. And this is an area that you can absolutely control the impact and the speed that you're going to move at. Thank you. Plenty of time for questions if you guys have any. Nada? We'll have to figure that one out. We were in Alabama, so it's a little bit different. No questions? Yep. Yep. How much does it vary? Yeah. So the question is, with digital transformation, how does it vary across those different businesses? I would say of the 22 companies that we have, call it 18 or 19 are consumer facing. So when you're dealing with consumer facing businesses, the competition to have that easy, slick customer user experience, whether it's mobile or web, and then all the back-end plumbing that makes that happen. The bar has been raised so much because consumer habits have changed through the course of COVID, where it forced people to have to go to an e-commerce channel. That's a major point of emphasis, and it's not true for Rourke. I think it's just true generally that people are trying to figure out, how do I move so much more faster to transform that consumer experience when they want to engage with us in some sort of digital channel, in some sort of digital form. Now, there's also security, there's moving to the cloud, there's data and analytics, which is related to the consumer experience. How do you get that data to come back so you can have better offerings for the customer? But how you present your brand and your offering to your customer base in some sort of digital fashion, the bar just continues to be raised for that. That's a major point of emphasis. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's a great question. So I think that's a really good question. I think in a lot of cases, if it's a big ERP thing, it's a big proven thing, you're going to have a baseline, or if there's some sort of operating system, or if it's cloud, and I'd call it just standard IT backbone stuff. You're going to have your benchmarks, which PaaS can help you with. If it's something that's new and emerging, yeah, the cost is important, but what's the most important is what's the upside value creation for your company? And how do you think about the ROI on that? So if I'm looking at, in the food space, there's all sorts of new market. DoorDash is obviously the dominant player, but there's all sorts of new emerging marketplace solutions that are coming up in the market. So you're looking at that saying, well, how much should I pay for it? Well, that's a second order question. The first order question is, how many more customers am I going to get when I go access and use that technology and integrate my technology into that marketplace? And if my customer lift is this, and the cost of the technology is that, then I can pencil out the ROI. But cost would be the second order question. The first would be about what's the value prop back to your business. For software asset management, maybe my IT friend can help me with that one. Best practices for software asset management. I mean, it's difficult because there's so many different brands and so many different ways to do it, but is there one thing that pops in your head? Put Jason on the spot. Yeah. So the real answer to that question is confidential. I can't share that. I would say that one of the things that's unique about our firm is that our investment teams have been super diligent about focusing on, and you saw the brands on the screen, a lot of those are franchise businesses, multi-unit, with great brands that tend to be high-margin businesses. So the firm has been, prior to when I arrived, has been very disciplined about really sticking to their knitting and what they know and not branching out too far. And as you guys can imagine, when you do that and you repeat that, there's data and information that you are ingesting as a result that help you then look at the next company to say, are they a fit in the portfolio or not? Now, how we do that, that is the secret sauce that I can't share. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's a great question. So the question was, does sending the ball back over the net give you an upper hand in the negotiation? I think all salespeople, not all sales, most salespeople are already busy and they're looking across their customer list. They're trying to prioritize their day. They're trying to prioritize their time, just like we all are. They don't have one customer. They've got multiple, or most of them. And so if you're the customer that's being responsive, that's getting the ball back over the net faster, I think, or my hope, that the sales professional on the other side is like, that person has priority because I know when I get them something, they're going to get it back to me. I can then get my own deal done. If they're commission paid, they got all the incentive to go do it. So I think you get more responsiveness by being responsive because you should theoretically be at the top of the list. So that's one. The other part about it is one of the best negotiating tactics is to go dark, go silent. So if you build up this, I think, this pattern of being responsive, and the sales organization doesn't hear from you, they know something's wrong. But my hope would be by being responsive, you get responsiveness in return. I never sold software, so I could be wrong on that. Yeah, one more, guys, if there is one. All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Bert. We're going to take a really quick 5-minute break if anybody needs to use the restroom, and then we're going to have a quick general session conversation from our next guest, call it in 5 or 10 minutes. So appreciate it. Everybody, we're going to keep things going here. Going to have another quick session, a general session, prior to our next keynote. But our next speaker, this is actually like a home game for him. I think he might have a locker downstairs here in the stadium. He made his way up from just down the road and from Pittsburgh Public Schools. And recently he was promoted to the position of Chief Technology Officer. And he served as interim technology officer for Pittsburgh Public Schools during the pandemic. And prior to that, held IT positions with experience as operations specialist and deputy CTO and interim CTO for the Allegheny Intermediate Unit number 3. He's joining us today to discuss how he and the district are tackling spend reduction, especially as it pertains to indirect technology, and some of the stories of success that we've been able to have as partners with him in the district. So without further ado, please give a warm welcome to Mr. Mark Stuckey.
Thank you. Good morning. I don't think everyone came back to their seats, but that is okay. Yes, so as Justin said, Mark Stuckey. I have the honor to be the CTO of Pittsburgh Public Schools, where I actually graduated from. I'm one of the few that never left Pittsburgh. I stayed here the whole time and was able to come back to my own district and sort of do the things that we needed. The unfortunate part of that is they happened to promote me to CTO during what? The pandemic. Everyone has a pandemic story. Here is mine. So there was no CTO for the district for months. And the leadership team didn't know a pandemic was about to hit. So in the meantime, Mark's sitting there trying to get things moving, and pandemic hits. And they say, we need someone in this position, and we need someone now. And I happen to be there, and they happen to reach out to other suppliers for technology devices. There's device shortages across the nation. No one can find anything. They've happened to find a vendor who promised to deliver 7,000 devices within a month. I was floored because that sounded impossible. But this vendor promised it. And this vendor also put themselves in a position to be the CTO if they could come through with this. So 7,000 devices within a month. So as time went on, I started to realize that this wasn't true. And as time went on, I told them, if we don't pivot now, we're not going to have devices for our students come when school starts. So that date came and gone, and the vendor eventually got the supplier on a conference call with us, and I'm not going to use any of their names, and they basically met with me and the superintendent and told us, unfortunately, all your computers are in China somewhere, and we don't know where they are, and they're not showing up. So I was given the task to solve this problem within a couple of weeks. Who can figure out how that could be done, right? I happen to have a contact with a company that sold refurbished computers. I called them up. I said, I have a problem. Can you help me solve this? They were able to come through for me and provide 7,000 devices, which some of you may have seen on the news if you're from Pittsburgh, where families were lining up with us handing out devices. We were only able to do that because we were able to get these secondhand machines within a short time frame and make that happen. And even though it seemed like we didn't have enough devices, it was just because they sent those devices in phases. So because of that, they were like, you know what, Mark, you're the CTO. So then I was promoted to the CTO because I was able to pull that off somehow. And that's when my whole world and it just turned upside down and started my journey. Now, as you all know, a lot of federal funds came into education. A lot of vendors, a lot of suppliers, really eyes got big because it was a lot of money sent to us. The other problem for me is everyone started coming to me like, hey, Mark, we got this for you. We got this for you. One of my goals was to see how we can reduce spend. How can we save money? So one day, one of our long-term vendors, prior to me being a CTO, came to me and said, hey, Mark, normally you could sign this contract in January, but unfortunately, they changed their licensing, and you have 15 days to either sign on this dotted line for $200,000, and if you don't, it's going to go to $300,000. Brand new CTO, 15 days, sign right now for $200,000 or $300,000 if you don't. At the same time, PASS was courting me, like a lot of other companies. And I sat there and I was like, wait, they told me they could help reduce spend. They said they could help negotiate. And I pride myself on negotiating pretty well. But I had 15 days. So I reached out to PASS and said, hey, I know you guys have been courting me. Here's your opportunity. I have this situation. They took it. They ran their numbers. They did their negotiation. And they literally, once the company found out I was using PASS, they said, hey, Mark, that 15 days, we could actually make it 30 for you now. They extended the days all of a sudden. I was like, oh, that's interesting. I thought I had to, or it was going to go up to 300,000. Then after that, we started negotiating more, and that 300,000, they got the deal done for me for 80,000. So we saved a ton of money, and I looked like a hero, thanks to PASS, to the new administration, and yet another win for the district. So for me, moving forward, I didn't understand why every school district, every company isn't using something like this. And for me, it's PASS, but why wouldn't you? Like I said, I pride myself on negotiating, but there was so much I don't know. There's so many things I can't see behind the scenes that I'm a believer now PASS can see, or they have. And now they can share that with me, and I can take that to my advantage. Another advantage for me, there was zero spend for the district. Zero. Which, again, for me is a no-brainer. If it's not going to cost me any money to save money, I'm going to do that, and we did. So now this year, we're opening up the floodgates for PASS and saying, here's everything we have, help us save money across the board. And this year we're going to do that, and I'm confident in them, and hopefully it just keeps building to the relationship and the success stories for the district. Any questions? Okay, so we have roughly now around 19,000. It's actually declining every year, roughly around 1,000. And with that, oh, I left out a huge part. We also in a $29 million deficit. So saving money is that much more important. We needed to get roughly 13,000. Well, 7,000 at that point in the 2 weeks that I had left, yes. Yes. Yeah, it was, so I wasn't going to share this part, but at one point someone called me and they said, hey, Mark, now that we didn't get that shipment that was promised to us, you need to beg, borrow, steal, and get these devices, or the person who told me, they were like, you and I don't have a job. And I was like, me? I was like, that was you that told them they could get those devices. That wasn't me. But I was able to turn that around, and he still works there, and so do I now. Yes. So the 1,000 students we're losing, some are to charters. So for public education, charters like a bad word for us, even though basically they take a huge chunk of our money. But so a lot of charter schools students are going to, some online options now. But no, we're actually, Pittsburgh is growing. More people are moving here. So yeah, it's a unique situation with public education. Yes. So sustainability is what I'm thinking of when you ask me that question. So we've committed to a one-to-one district now, and we got to stand behind that. Here's the problem. We're $29 million in deficit. And the ESSER funds, which is the federal funds, is only up until 2023, and some is to 24. And they said this is a one-time, that's it. So we have to look and let the board know that we're going to have to continue to put money behind this to sustain this one-to-one, because no one wants to miss out on the opportunity of being the one-to-one and in a couple years saying, oh, close those and just open all the books back up. So I don't want that on my resume, and I don't want that for my children who actually go to the district as well. So sustainability is going to be huge, but we're going to have some commitment from the board and the funds to, like, even if we cut some other things, technology has to stay, and we have to stay with the one-to-one. Oh, someone in the back? I was kidding, to make sure y'all woke up. Anyone else? All right, thank you guys.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. To keep things moving, we're going to move on to our next keynote speaker, and I'm very, very excited to bring him to the stage. He has over 25 years of leadership experience working at Oracle, starting in tech and moving into the application space, where he held the role of Executive Vice President of Sales and reported into the co-CEO of the company. He's now the President of Global Sales and Field Engineering for Celonis, which is the global leader in execution management. And we couldn't be more excited for him to share more about Celonis and how they're helping companies to modernize their execution management process entirely through data and intelligence. Please give me a warm Pittsburgh welcome for Mr. Chris Donato.
Thanks, Justin. All right, can you guys all hear me? All right, yep, good, good. Well, good morning and welcome. I guess I got the, here, hold on, make sure I know what I'm doing here, good. It's great to be here. Eric, thank you. We appreciate the invite. As you heard, I run our global sales and solution engineering team for a company called Celonis. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Celonis, but hopefully after our session today, you have a better feel for how we're engaging with customers and the work we're doing in the market. I am going to spend probably about 15, 20 minutes. I got about 10 slides to take you through to give you some sense of what the company and what the organization is all about, and of course, what our platform and our solution is all about. And then my partner in crime over here, Justin, is going to take you through a demo. I think the demo really does help to crystallize the solution, how we're engaging, how we're solving problems here with our customer base across a number of, as you'll see, a number of different industries. So I thought I would start off with our mission statement. You know, coming over from Oracle, as you heard, I ran our application business for close to 6 years. And the major challenge we had in securing business, the major challenge we have with our customers, working with them, and them getting up and running, being successful implementations, was how are they going to adjust their processes to take advantage of the technology? And it was the biggest hurdle that we had to get over in convincing them to invest with Oracle, in this case ERP, but it could have been any cloud application. And it was the biggest hurdle determining whether they were successful with their implementation. And for those that have been through a transformation, I'm sure you can relate. Celonis is the only company that I've seen. One of the reasons why I'm here after 4 months, so I'm a 4-month veteran, and as fast as we're growing, I think I could be called a veteran at this point. But Celonis is the only company that I've seen go right against this problem, target this challenge and this issue from beginning to end to solve this problem for our customer base, and do it very, very quickly. And I think one of the common themes you'll hear today is that two common themes. One is around data, how we leverage information, how we get our arms around data to produce outcomes at a completely different pace, so speed. So data and speed. You'll see that with many of the customers we're working with over the years, they are producing results within days and weeks once they get their data stream set up. So very, very quickly. Very different from the world that I came from with Oracle. Because Oracle, you're implementing an ERP system, especially in supply chain. It could take 12 months, 15 months. I mean, for any of you that have been through a transformation, 18 months to see ROI. Not in the case with Celonis. It's very, very quickly, and you'll see some of the customer examples. And basically, if I had to sum it up, Celonis gives you a digital x-ray of your process where you can see then all your bottlenecks, your friction points, and as you can see here on the screen, inefficiencies that in many cases companies don't realize are happening or they can't see. And I think the most interesting part of the technology, yes, is serving up, giving you that digital picture, but the most interesting part is how we move forward, give you recommendations on how to change and adjust that process, how to streamline that process, and then take action. You can actually write back to your source systems. You can use our workflow solution. You can use a solution like ServiceNow that we can tap into to take action, to make that change. And Celonis essentially becoming the orchestration tool for your application environment. All right? So from a company perspective, we are a global company. A company was born out of academia back in Munich. The three founders started the company in college, very Google-ish. We'll see if the story ends like Google. But they started the company in college, applying process to business problems in the commercial market. And the company has evolved from process mining to true data execution. So an execution management system that takes data and allows you to take action on it. And again, right back to those source systems. And we're doing this now for about, as you can see, actually the slide's wrong here. It's an old slide, but 1,300 customers today, many of whom you'll see are in the enterprise space across many, many different industries, data at scale, very complex processes. We got about 2,500 customers. 2,500 employees. We'll probably add another 1,000 this year, employees. We are creating a new technology market, very well known over in Europe, somewhat well known in the US, but we're growing in the US. But we own about 70% of the market. Company's about $11 billion in valuation. We grew 100% last year, and we'll grow about another 100% this year. So very much in growth mode. Therefore, my comment about the 4 months, you kind of get that. All right? Problem, and I think all of us can relate to this, both professionally and even in our home lives, just how data is growing. The data sphere is growing. Our phones, sensors, data retention are contributing to significant growth in data. But not many understand that we measure now in zettabytes, 1 billion terabytes, tripling every 5 years. So the data volume is increasing so much day to day. And it's a challenge, but in many cases, it's an opportunity. And again, an opportunity that we are working on with our customers with our solution, which our platform. Now, IDC will tell you, and some of the other analysts, that 60+% of the investments that are going to go to data movement and data capture is going to be focused on the data pipeline. So essentially simulations, recommendation capabilities within your infrastructure. So again, big challenge, but also a big, big opportunity for all of us. You take this challenge a step further when you're looking at the market and you compare the growth of technology to productivity. At best, productivity's flat. I mean, and I would tell you, it's absolutely goes back to my point about Oracle and the challenge we had at Oracle. Very good technology in the back office, and it could have been any technology. I mean, there's a lot of great technology out there in the cloud, Salesforce, Oracle in the ERP space, Workday, number of organizations that have produced very good technology. But again, the biggest challenge was, are you taking advantage of the technology? Are you taking advantage of the technology to streamline your operations at the level to get the return that you expect? And when you look at the chart and you look at information that's currently out in the market, at best, productivity is flat. So there's still a lot of work there to take advantage. But again, this is the exact problem that Celonis goes after within your enterprises and your organizations. Now, you take this a step further and look at the four walls of a company and the things that are really contributing to process, people, and impacting technology from a process standpoint. Some of those forces are outside, like the pandemic, what we've all been dealing with, regulations. When it comes to people, just hiring, I mean, we're in a talent war in many respects. Trying to bring in really good talent is very difficult, can be very difficult. Trying to keep that talent and then making sure that talent does more with less, all right? And the age-old problem that we've been dealing with for many, many years. And then technology, silos of information, which I'm sure you all can relate to within the organization, where information is in a number of different places, and trying to get your arms around that information to truly outline a process and take advantage of the data, the richness of the data that you have to make better decisions. And again, this was what it's all about. How do we serve up information in a way, identify the challenges that you may have within your process so that you can produce outcomes at a completely different pace and hopefully drive or make you more of a disruptor in your particular industry than you are today, all right? Now, these are, I think Justin's we're gonna hit on procurement, right? Procure to pay and a couple different use cases in the demo. I would say these are 3 of the probably most prevalent use cases across, you look across those 1,300 customers. These are the most prevalent ones that you would see, but they're not the only ones. So we have companies like a Berkshire Hathaway Energy, BHE, that's using Celonis to help with their transformation from about 10 or 11 opcodes, mostly Oracle on-prem, some SAP, but moving to cloud. And they're leveraging it to look at how they're going to change their processes to take advantage of their new technology, and using it as a simulation tool as well. Simulating, if we make this change, what will that outcome look like? We see the same thing at Chevron. Chevron's a big customer of ours. They're moving from ECC to S4. Again, same thing. And then using Celonis sort of as a support function, making sure people are adhering to the process as they go through this transformation. But when you look at these 3 use cases, order management, I was just with a distributor. I won't name their name. But they shipped about 30 million of product. I know that sounds crazy. 30 million of product that they did not bill for, that we identified. And this happens a lot. As crazy as it sounds, for businesses that in many cases are well-run, large companies with big brand that have done very well, we see this challenge a lot. Why are orders being blocked? Orders getting blocked for credit holds that shouldn't be blocked because the customer's a good paying customer, yet we sacrifice our ability to perform at a high level in servicing those customers. You look at AP, are we paying too early? Are we paying too late? And identifying the opportunities to drive a better use of working capital within the company. And then procure to pay, which again we'll spend some time on with the demo. Procure to pay, how do we improve your FTR rates? How do we reduce the manual intervention in that process? Vodafone's a very good customer of ours, reduced their cost structure by 11% with this. Another big use case in procurement, we have a number of customers using Celonis as a shared services platform. So they're feeding in their on-prem applications into Celonis as that shared service platform to get consistency and to reduce their cost structure and just improve overall operations in P2P. Deutsche Telekom is a big customer that's doing just that with our platform. All right, so it's a number of really good examples here that hopefully Justin will see if he shares those in the demo. We'll see how good he is. All right, the solution. So the EMS platform, and what we'll show you today, is essentially broken down into 3 innovation areas. One, around real-time ingestion. So we will ingest data at scale. So again, you look at those 1,300 customers, many of them are very large global companies, very complex processes, a lot of data, some data in homegrown systems. We will ingest that data at scale. All right, you can see here we've got about 100+ connectors out of the box, right into SAP, Oracle, all the big players that you'd expect. All right, we also can put agents on the desktop to track how an employee is using the system, to give you that full digital picture, that full digital x-ray of how that process is working. And that happens in the process intelligence, where the analytical engine will give you that digital picture and then serve up recommendations and changes that you should make. It's the same area where you can do some simulations as well. on that particular process. And then we take it a step further, and you can take action right back to the source systems directly. Use our workflow tool. Tap into, for those that are using ServiceNow, we have a big partnership. We have integration right into the ServiceNow platform, so you can tap right into that to make the appropriate changes in the system. All of this to improve your top line, obviously your bottom line, but also the green line. I just heard some comments about sustainability. I mean, obviously sustainability is a big topic, especially across different industries here in the market. And this is a big focus for us in the work that we're doing. And you look at these stats, I mean, they're crazy when you really think about it. The level of CO2 emissions to produce, food, in this case, T-shirts, but it's just crazy when you think about it. And then, of course, the last one around shipping. And this is a big one for us on the shipping front, because there's a number of examples which we can share with you where we've helped organizations improve their cube fill rates, both on water and on land, all right? Instead of shipping containers that are half full, that are 25% full, making sure that they're 100% full. Obviously streamlining their cost structures, but at the same time reducing their CO2 emissions and their overall carbon footprint, all right? And we see an example here. ABB is a very large customer of ours. We're working on expanding some of the work we're doing there right now. And they have improved their shipping significantly on water. So we've spent a lot of time working with them on how they optimize their containers and shipping, reducing, again, their cost structure, but improving their carbon footprint in doing that. The platform will allow you to set up metrics and on different CO2 emissions around different processes within your business. At the same time, we've partnered up. Some of you may be familiar with EcoVadis, right? So we've partnered up with them. That's part of our platform, so you can track the sustainability ratings of your suppliers, and all of that is part of the solution that we deliver, all right? So we talk about our customers. So this is 1,300 customers. This is a quick snapshot across different industries that we have. You'll find that many of these customers started off with 3 or 4 processes, saw results within a period of 4 months, 5 months, added more processes, and then again that just continues to evolve and move forward as we expand our relationship with that customer. Very different than the world that I left. Again, for anybody that's implemented an ERP system, it may take you 12, 15, 18 months, obviously, as I said earlier, to get that ROI, but it may take you that long to get the thing implemented. And from a sales engagement, just from an overall engagement period, you may not be back at the table for over a year. Not the case here. Not the case here. Many of the organizations, again, start small with some of the key process areas, obviously where they're having business problems, and then quickly expand. So you look at some of these customers. Exxon in the lower right. We do order to cash across the whole company. They're a huge customer of ours. Then they just started deploying Celonis around their maintenance of equipment and streamlining that whole process. You look at, I mentioned Chevron, Schlumberger, both going through the same thing, moving from ECC to S4 and leveraging the technology as part of that overall transformation process. In the manufacturing space, they're not up there, but BMW is a huge customer of ours. It started off with like 5 processes. They're at 50. I mean, they run Celonis across the whole company. So they're a big player and a big customer of ours. A number of the folks in the technology space, Dell, Splunk, Uber use us for procure to pay. Same thing in the telco space. I mentioned Vodafone, procure to pay. Deutsche Telekom, procure to pay. We do a lot with Dr. Keurig, Dr. Pepper. They actually implemented Celonis in their procure to pay, improved their overall on-time delivery from 61% to 79% within 4 months. And this is right in the height of the pandemic for them. At the same time, on the order management side, they reduced their overall blocked orders by, I think it was over 400%, 444% improvement. And we see that a lot with organizations on the order management side where their orders are getting blocked for reasons that they shouldn't be. All right. So again, some of these things sound so straightforward, but as I said earlier, it's just very interesting how when we get engaged with many organizations, there's lots of inefficiencies that they're not even aware of. And we help to surface those, and then again, working with the system and of course our customers, how best to address that right back and make those changes in the system. And the last slide I have here before I hand the baton over to Justin, is a sort of a testimonial, but this is free advertising for us. We did not expect it. So Murray, the CFO of BP is a very big customer. We're about to actually expand again with them. They're running probably 15 or so processes, and they're going to move up to about 30. They're going to double what they're doing with us. But on an earnings call, they talked about $2.5 billion in savings that they drove at the company. $800 million of it came from procurement, all right? And the product that they talked about on the call was Celonis. So we are the platform, the tool that they're using to help streamline that part of the business. Again, they've now moved into order to cash and some other areas of the company. Actually, they're going down the same path that Exxon's going, where they're going to use us for maintenance of their equipment as well. So hopefully this gives you some level of a foundation of what the technology is all about. I was going to say I could take a couple questions, but probably best to have Justin come up. We'll do the demo. He's going to spend about 10 or 15 minutes taking you through the technology. We do this a lot. I mean, it really does help crystallize how we impact the work that you're doing, how we impact processes and engage with our customers. And then from there, hopefully we have 10 or 15 minutes. We'll take questions on the technology. All right? Good? All right. All right, Justin, it's all yours. Don't mess up. Come on up. Words of encouragement.
Informing me of how to.
Are you good?
All right. All right. Oh, great. All right. So I'm 7 weeks with the company, unlike Chris's much more tenured. And he sets the bar really low for me, right? When he's telling me to come up here, he's like, yeah, you know, come up, it'll be good practice. You know, and then later says, no, Justin will show this, Justin will show that. So bear with me as is it connected in okay? Technical difficulties already. All right, well, while we're figuring that out, I'll describe a little bit of kind of how we do it, right? So essentially what Celonis does is we connect into all your transactional applications and take a look at all the IDs and all the timestamps and all the transactions that exist in it. We suck all that data in and then build out process maps of everything that exists in your systems today, right? So, you know, each individual ERP application or whatever, there we go, is usually decent at figuring out, like, you know, what are the workflow I need to do to, you know, create a purchase order, or, you know, what's the workflow that I need to go through to receive goods. What they're not good at is doing things like stitching together processes across multiple applications, right? And that's kind of where Celonis shines. So what we've done is put together this, you know, cloud environment where you can look at all the transactions in all your applications and then build out different ways of looking at the interconnectedness between all those processes. This is a little hard to see maybe because it's a little, you know, but bear with me. So what this is it's a map of a digital supply chain. And you guys have all probably seen these where you do it in PowerPoint or something like that, and you say, okay, well, you know, I've got suppliers who are bringing in materials into these distribution centers. I'm taking those distribution centers, I'm routing the source materials to factories. They're producing product. Those go to new distribution centers. Those go to retail locations or to customers. And that's what we call like a best case or a happy path, supply chain, right? That's not what this is. We're looking at the transactions in the system. So when we map out your digital supply chain between all of your distros and factories, et cetera, it's where the materials are actually flowing, right? So you get a real-time view of what's going on inside your business. And then what we can do is we can layer in some KPIs on top of that, like service levels, to say, when we look at the supply network, right, what's the service level of each of the suppliers that are feeding into that and coming out of it? What's our transportation management system looking like? And we can surface real-time insights related to that. Actually, I'll full screen it. So the way that we do this, like I said before, is we look at processes across multiple applications. And I think the best way to highlight this is to look at procurement, right? Normally, you'd look at a procurement process, you'd map out this kind of happy path. But there's a lot of processes around procurement that impact it, right? So you've got order management processes where we create the initial orders, it generates demand. That demand goes into procurement to source materials. We move into a material management process where we're putting things in the distribution centers, we're picking them, we're putting them up on the trucks or rail cars or whatever to move to factories in order to actually make materials out of them. And then we have the production processes as well, right? So all these things are actually tied together, but they're all separate systems, so you don't get this kind of view where you can see how my orders are impacting my procurement activities, how my procurement activities are affecting my material management and inventory levels, how my inventory levels are affecting my production, which is then back affecting my orders and my end delivery to customers. So it's a new way of looking at things that nobody's really done before. And the other thing we can do here is we can look at the interconnectedness of the KPIs. So I put these three up here because I think it highlights something, right? Normally what you do as a company is you look at customer satisfaction. It's a trailing indicator. It's a far trailing indicator, right? By the time my customers are upset because I'm not delivering orders, I have a whole bunch of things that went wrong back in that network of processes that I didn't identify earlier, right? So what we try to do is, and I put these three up here, there's a ton of out-of-the-box KPIs related to these, but one of the things that affects customer sat if you're delivering orders late is production adherence, right? So if you could look at, am I actually producing product on time according to my demand schedules? It's still a trailing indicator, but it's more of a leading indicator than customer sat, right? And if I look back behind that to my supplier reliability for source materials, that's about as close as I can get to where the problem's actually happening, right? So we can look at all these individual KPIs and you can monitor them to see, now that I know the downstream impact of these processes, where is something going off the rails? And as we drill into it a little more, if I were to look at just supplier reliability in isolation, the other thing we've done is built out some machine learning as well as just some built out analytics by default that let you look at things like we talked about supplier reliability and give suggestions as to what's going on under the covers. So if I'm looking at that as leading as I can get indicator of supplier reliability, right? I can look in and it's going to tell me I've got these factors that are affecting supplier reliability. If I go fix those early, I don't have such an impact on customer satisfaction, right? And so if we look at like late delivery, it's even going to drill in, and here's where the machine learning comes in, where we start to try to guess to some extent, it's like fuzzy matching, why we're having these reliability issues. So it looks at a whole bunch of correlated data, right, that comes out of these transactional applications, and in this case it's saying it's all about lead times. In our demand forecasting or material management and production forecasting systems, our lead times for like steel coils in this instance are set at 20 days. But recently we're noticing an extension of those lead times. So the average lead time is getting longer and longer. So you could do this kind of thing, like I said, in isolation in an analytical platform or data warehouse. We've already built all of it though, right? And we're looking at the process, not just sort of the snapshot KPI. The other thing that Chris highlighted on is we can write back to the systems. So normally you get a report like this, you get someone to put both up on a screen, and then you swivel chair the data between your report and your transactional application, right, to change each of these lead times. That's another opportunity to introduce error, right, because you've got a person doing it. So the other thing we can do is either through an automated fashion or in this report, we can just go ahead, click on one, say update master data. It's going to write it back to your, like I said, demand forecasting or production forecasting system and change the lead time automatically. So we don't need to go modify each one of these things individually. We can just tell it, hey, update with the new lead time. If you look at this every day, right, you can do those. Or if you're going to look at it every day, you can just automatically say, hey, whenever you need to, update the lead times on these things so it factors back into your forecasting systems. So the next thing that I wanted to show you a little bit is, let's say that we've done that, right? We've fixed our supply network issues, our supplier reliability issues. We've updated our lead times. Let's fast forward 15 days or 30 days or something like that and look at the aftermath of it. So I guarantee procurement's not the only one looking at the problem, right? And if you're having supplier reliability issues, that's probably causing production issues as well. So we see this a lot in our customers where, again, if they're all looking at the information in isolation, in silos, they don't notice other people trying to correct the problems for them, right? And one of the other common things you do if you're running out of materials in a production facility is just increase safety stock levels, right? So someone in the plant goes in and says, okay, I'm going to increase safety stock levels. That's going to impact me by tying up another $50 million worth of cash or $100 million of cash, whatever it is, right? So the same thing here. Yeah, there we go. Live demo. So the other thing we can do here is, since we're looking across all these processes and the interconnectedness of them, we can look at that problem as well around safety stock levels and say, okay, they've shifted all the safety stock levels. It's going to notify you if you're a procurement specialist. But also, as inventory builds up like that, it's going to tell us again, why is inventory building up? It's because somebody went and adjusted all these variables in the demand forecasting system or in the product master as well. So the same kind of thing, I could click in here and just readjust these safety stock levels back down now that my suppliers are more reliable again, they're delivering materials according to my lead times, right? I don't need this excess safety stock. So it's, again, things that you wouldn't notice if you're not looking at these processes across the whole organization, but you're just looking at them kind of in isolation, right? So the other thing Chris highlighted on is the complexity of these processes. So if I look at just one of these, right, if I just look at the procurement process, you get the happy path. And this is what your system integrator will document for you as, hey, here's your best in case process. They may give you a few permutations as they go through it and say, sometimes you have free text requisitions that occur, sometimes you have partial deliveries, that kind of thing. But when we tie into the data in the system, what we really see is a map like this, where there's actually a ton of activities and a ton of routes that these activities take. And while this data is anonymized, it's actually sourced from a customer. So this is what an actual customer process looks like, just for procurement in isolation. So what this does, though, is if you're doing interviews with people, right, and trying to figure out what's wrong with a process, you may get the very long tail of this thing, right, something that happens 3 times a year, as opposed to focusing on the things that happen most commonly in the system or the things that are affecting your bottom line the most. So what this does is it gives you a view, by the number of times that iteration happens, and also it'll give you a view of what the average delay is, right? So we can look at throughput time, and we can say, on average, when a free text requisition occurs, which is the example I'm going to continue to focus on, we do that basically 1/3 of the time or 1/4 of the time, right? And what happens is it delays the overall process by half a day whenever we have a free text requisition, right? So it's not a long tail item that you're trying to fix. It's quantifiable data that this is something that impacts your business a lot. This is something that's driving a lot of productivity issues, costing you a lot of money. And then again, pre-built analytics, right? So I know I'm hitting this over and over again, but I like this one because if you look at free text requisition, for instance, we all know this happens a lot, right? You put all this effort into building these contracts. You negotiate the lowest price, you think you're doing a great job, but in order to actually realize the benefits, people have to use the contracts. And every time they put in a free text rec for something that, in this case, exists on a contract or is a requisitionable item off a contract instead of free text, it's just costing the company money that you've already saved them, right? They're just taking the savings away. So it's another action that you can take in the system is to look at some of these, and even beyond just looking at what's the cost, both the labor productivity cost, because if it's a if it's a catalog item, you may only touch a PO once, or in this case, 1.5 times, right? But if it's a free text item, there's a lot of work you need to do to actually go and renegotiate the price with the supplier, make sure that you get the approvals right, make sure you're not paying too much, et cetera, et cetera. And it takes 4.4 touches on average instead. And then the other thing you can do coming out of this is, Chris alluded to action, right? So not only can we write back in isolated incidents, but we can also take actions in a more complex way. So we build out action flows. Some of these are prepackaged, but you can also build them yourself. And in this case, I like this example because if we find an item that exists in the catalog through kind of a fuzzy matching algorithm, what happens is you can say, okay, if the material's in the catalog and we're pretty confident about it, just automatically convert it, right? Remove the original request, create a new one, do it off the contracted item, convert it to a contract-based PO, and then the fun one is enroll the employee in training. If you do that enough times, they'll stop doing free text requisitions and start using the contract instead because they don't want all this training on their PDP. But the other piece of it is maybe it's an item that things have changed. There's a new machine in the factory. There's a new product that got released that didn't get blown out in the material master properly. So people are ordering this because they actually do need it, and you're seeing it happen over and over again. If that's the case and it sees a consistent need for this new material, notify a procurement specialist. They'll review it, put it in the catalog, negotiate a contract out of it. So all that work that you do around, hey, what do we need? Why do we need it? How much do we need it? That kind of stuff. It's surfacing the data inside the system, and not only for you to go look at and find, but it's actually going to notify you, right? And say, hey, there's a new material. We do have a decent amount of it that's required. Why don't we go and create a contract around this instead of doing it in isolation? That's pretty much it. Chris can tell me if I missed anything. Cool. Thanks, everyone. Take some questions, I think, if there's still time. Otherwise, I do have one more we could do, but I know it's running a little long around sustainability. Any questions? Yeah, go ahead. Yes, the question is, how long does it take to implement? Average for most of our customers is about 4 weeks. So, and this is to plug in and get insights, right? There's obviously a longer tail around optimization after you plug in and get the insights. So in order to actually realize value, it's like 6 weeks on the short end?
I think it comes down to really the data streams. Yeah. And we dealing with large organizations, many of them have custom systems, so we tap into those, but that may take a little bit more work than we typically go through with some of the out-of-box applications and the APIs that we have. But yeah, I think that's right. Again, that Dr. Kerrig, they were going through a lot with the pandemic, and they had results in 4 months once we got everything set up. So, but we have many examples of customers seeing results in weeks.
Yeah, honestly, realizing value, like realizing bottom line value in the quarter they implement it, which is just, like Chris said, coming from Oracle, shocking to me.
Yeah.
Good question. Yeah. It's a good question. So the question's around the ServiceNow partnership, and feel free to take it if you want.
We have a partnership, pretty deep partnership with ServiceNow. So it's two aspects to it. One is the engineering side, so we're integrating right into their platform and the work that we're doing from an engineering perspective. And then on the go-to-market side, they actually can sell our product. So they actually can sell. You'll still contract the way the process works with Celonis, but they actually sell, and they actually get credit. Because the solutions are very complementary in many respects. As we said, and I hear this a lot because a lot of folks use UiPath, you have ServiceNow. These are complementary solutions to what we do. We serve up the problem, we give you that picture, that digital picture, we identify and make those recommendations, and then you can use our tools, our workflow tool, as well as some of the other capabilities, but then you can tap right into a ServiceNow or even a UiPath from an RPA perspective. So we are doing a lot with them. Bill, McDermott is very familiar with us from his SAP days, and quickly when he moved over to ServiceNow, we formed a partnership with them. So we're doing a lot of work with them.
It's a powerful feedback loop, right? If you're building all these tasks and workflows in ServiceNow, you're able to actually measure and monitor how effective they are and re-optimize. So a lot of that used to be manual, right? You'd look at a workflow and say, okay, how long is it taking? Who's doing what? Now it's just surfaced through this kind of tool,
Yeah,
right?
and I think, Eric, their interest, for anyone that's a ServiceNow customer, they've spent a lot of time in the IT space, and we spend a lot of time in the business space. I think a lot of these processes have to do with business process, whether it be the CFO office, supply chain, procurement, the CPO. And so I think, for them, they're looking to drive into those areas as well with their technology.
Yeah.
In the back? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's the company started off as a process mining, right? Giving you that digital picture. And there's other companies. Now, the difference I will tell you right now, I mean, in the market that we're in, the process mining that we do is very, very much at scale. So one of the biggest differentiators is that part of it can be done at scale compared to anybody else. There's some smaller companies out there, but the real value is just what you said.
My curiosity is, a lot of the systems outside of those, large, enterprise systems, cloud-based systems, I don't know if you have a list of those, by the way, you rebuild APIs for. But I imagine you run into
We do.
You probably run into your biggest obstacles with a lot of those extensions in either homegrown or highly customized environments. That data is not enriched or available to the extent you pre-build the APIs. You have to go in and
There's work. There is work.
Yeah.
Remember, we take the log files and the timestamps, but there is work.
Yeah, it's an open platform. It's less an integration team. But it is some technical work, right? So it's an open platform as well. So if you've got an EBS instance and you've built a bunch of extensions to the tables, we take the base structure of it, and it's just metadata, right? So it's like mapping column name equals this in reality. You just add on to that metadata, and it's all relatively free text, right? We still suck the data in automatically, right? There's a bunch of machine learning algorithms under the covers that try to navigate through what it is as well. But at the same time, yeah, there's definitely a bit of work to do some
mapping. I mean, that's where there is a little bit of work there.
Yeah.
And every large organization we deal with pretty much has that situation. So we're used to dealing in that environment.
But don't think it's like an EBS implementation or an
that's
upgrade.
right.
It's weeks. It's not years worth of work.
Yeah,
like an upgrade
I mean,
would be.
again, the two biggest takeaways I would tell you is, one, how efficiently we can leverage data and information, and just how fast we can do it. I mean, I'd be the first person to tell you, with the CEO of our company, very sharp guy, 32, very sharp guy. But I was a little skeptical when they were chasing me to come over back about 8 months ago, just because I hadn't seen anything in the market at this level, and I hadn't seen anything in the market do it this quickly. But you go down our customer list, there's a lot of testimonials there, similar to the BP slide of folks doing that work. So it's pretty innovative technology, for sure.
Cool.
Any other questions? There's a couple variations from a commercial perspective, one of which is very interesting because working for Oracle for many years, I could never get Larry to step up to which I'll go through. But so you license it on either APC or process, and then there's a user component.
An APC is just storage, like processing power, basically.
Yeah, it's basically storage. But the other commercial structure that we will absolutely use, and this is the one that I struggled a little bit with Oracle, we will do a value-based agreement. So there's sort of a base investment, and then we have shared risk together. As you save, there's a percentage of that will come back to Celonis. We set some thresholds, and it's starting to really pick up steam. Some companies struggle a little bit with it because of predictability, right? I mean, from a budget standpoint, but it is truly shared risk.
Yeah.
You save $1, you know, I don't know, whatever the percentage is, 10, 20 cents comes our way. And we validate that. That's the other thing that, again, I would tell you as a takeaway. At Oracle, we struggled a little bit because of the length of the implementations around ERP, especially in areas like supply chain, of trying to get to that true savings. And you get there, but it's just a lot more work and the ROI. Here we can identify very quickly, and you'll see a lot of the testimonials if you spend some time talking to our customers, where we have a lot of validation of an agreement, alignment on what they're saving or the value, like working capital, that they're seeing a benefit from. And that is another differentiator. But because of that, we will do agreements, we will do commercial structures, value-based agreements, where it's sort of a shared risk between us and the customer. So I think it's actually pretty unique in the technology industry.
Coming.
Yeah, I mean, the truth is it's new.
Yeah.
The relationship from an engineering perspective, not as new, because we've been working with them for a while. The go-to-market is, I don't know, it's probably 3-4 months in the making. But that is the plan, to be able to break it down and show a customer that.
Technically capable.
Yeah,
We don't
no,
have customers who've done
definitely.
it yet.
But
Yeah.
we're not quite there yet. I mean, we've had big announcements here over the last 3 months. And the teams are working closer together, but there's just not enough proof points yet.
Yeah.
Actually, I would agree with you. I would agree with you. Anything else? Okay, sure.
Okay, good. I wanted to leave enough time, but we do have 1 minute. So I will, the other thing I wanted to show is we talked about green, right? Between the EU Green Initiative and those kinds of things. So because we're able to stitch together the flow of materials all the way from source to the end, it's not just about, you know, like how much is it costing me to produce a product or what disruptions am I going to have, but we can also look at the suppliers that are feeding into it. So you can say, what's the CO2 footprint of this t-shirt that's actually landing at the retail store, right? On an individual item by item basis, as well as a whole bunch of other facets. So all these, again, are pre-built analytics, really easy to adopt and use.
Let me make one last point, just because I think it's obviously relevant, kind of going back to the question about the commercial stuff. So typically, just so you understand how we work, typically a customer will make an investment around a couple of processes, and I kind of said this earlier, and then they'll grow with that. So that's typically how we start off, and I should make the point that we do provide a bunch of services, both data scientists as well as engineering services as part of that to get folks going and to support. Ultimately, if you look at BMW, you look at BHE, Chevron, one common theme, we're just working with a very large American automaker on indirect procurement. Hopefully we'll have a contract here in a week, make the announcement. But they have already a COE. So that's a big thing, a center of excellence or a transformation type office. And you find more and more companies have that, but that's something that we push for over time to create that COE office as you expand and look at other process areas. So again, but that's work that we will engage around and provide resources around to help get that set up at your organizations and at your companies. So, all right. Cool. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Hopefully we have a chance to engage with a lot of you folks, and thanks again. Eric, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, thanks.
All right, everyone, we're going to take a quick break here. Feel free to use the restroom, grab water, and then we'll have one more session before we break for lunch. It is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker from Oracle's Strategic Value Services team, Mike Garner.
Gosh, you don't get $5. Oh, all right. I have a clicker and everything. Hello, hello. This stuff works. This is good. So I live in Kansas City, and I'm sorry. And when I told my friends I was giving a speech in Pittsburgh, they're like, oh, that's great. And I said, yeah, it's even at Heinz Field. So they made me wear my Chiefs shirt. And then so anyway, I hope I make it out of here unscathed. You guys have dominated us for 20 years. Most of my dreams have gone to die, usually at this field. So, but I was also bet last night, we were out to dinner with some folks, and they bet me I couldn't use carrot cake, shuttlecock in Kansas City. Don't ask me how that came up in conversation. So I would suck at being a procurement. Let's just start there, because I don't even know what I win if I use those 3 words up here today. But I will tell you this, the next time Pittsburgh comes to Kansas City to dash my hopes and dreams once again, I highly recommend Jack Stack Barbecue. They have the best carrot cake in Kansas City. And then head on down to the Nelson Atkins Museum, where we have the largest shuttlecock, the badminton shuttlecock, sitting on the yard out in the front of this beautiful museum. So I don't know what I win, but there it is for those of you. Yes. I hope it's something big and cool, because, yes, I get a terrible towel, right? I probably want a terrible... It backfires. This is why in procurement you should know exactly what you're buying and getting, right? If I perform, what do I get? All right. So my name is Mike Garner. I am a recovering operations guy. I ran consumer sales and service operations for Verizon in the Northeast and Northwest. Then I ran a company called AFNI. Doesn't really matter, but we grew that to about 6,000 people in the business process outsourcing world. But most of my life has been in sales and service, most of it at the consumer level, some at the business level. And I've been at Oracle 3.5 years. I am part owner of 2 other technology companies in the CX space. And my lens through which, how do you accelerate technology buying is always, what is it going to do for the business, right? What's it going to do for my customer? What's it going to do for supply chain? So the way I think about all this is what do I get, right? What should I get? What should I be thinking about when I am thinking about what to buy? How, and more importantly, I think what we heard earlier today, like with Bert's story, how do you use it? How do you get value from it? So I think my 2 themes would be, how do you use technology to better connect with the key parts of your business, your customers, your employees? And the other thing I think that is cool, and Chris was a big part of this, is at Oracle, we have so many great solutions, and we are so broad, right? We've got CX solutions, sales, marketing, advertising. We've got human capital management solutions. We do have ERP with all your finances and GL. We've got this awesome infrastructure, the Gen 2 cloud. We've got all these great things, and we're really, really good at them. But what's really cool is, even when we buy a company, we actually rewrite the applications so that they all talk to each other. So even if it takes you 12 or 15 months to get XYZ in, because that's solving a pain in the business, the beautiful thing is some large percentage of that work should be reusable the next time you try and tackle another problem in your business. So I think one of the cool things, and again, to Bert's talk earlier, is how do you make sure that you don't strand any investment? If you're going to start something that's meaningful, how do I take what I was able to spend there and make sure it's not stranded and it can be reused in another part of my business? So choose your beginning is the second thing I'd like to talk about. You shouldn't worry about where you start on the journey to digital transformation, as long as you haven't stranded that investment the next step you want to take. So I also saw the slide this morning. Was it 7.9% inflation, 7% jobs open? 72%, I think, was the number of CEOs that are worried about their job. So I'm going to give you my 4 cents today in terms of what I think procurement should be all about. So this is a great example of how the business should be connected, and you should probably stay on top of changes, especially as they relate to cost of goods sold in your organization. This is the best. I love Twitter. There's so much great content out there. So I went down the rabbit hole the other day. I have no idea what I was looking for, by the way, when I found this. By the way, this girl, Mila Carditis, great name. And because of the name, she calls herself grain surgeon because she's a wheat trader. I don't know. This girl's got, a great sense of humor. But this is a disconnect between, I also heard earlier, right? Price is one thing, but if you want to be professional, it's the terms and conditions. How about that? How about that? Somebody's going to wake up and go, what the heck? We just lost $48 million in gas, and everybody returned their car empty. So this is why the enterprise needs to stay connected, right? If there's a funny anecdote to say why that matters, that would be it. One of my favorite people out there in the Twitterverse and the interwebs is a guy named Jack Butcher, and he owns a company called Visualize Value. So a lot of the things about how I think about, from an operations perspective, how do I use the technology we buy, comes down to this. Every time I had a problem to solve, we tried to make it as simple in the execution as possible, because I think we would all agree, complexity kills execution. And sometimes it is going to be complex. You can't, right? You can't oversimplify, or you're just not going to get what you want. Sometimes it takes teams of people. Sometimes it takes engineering to be involved. But complexity, unnecessary, I think I should probably title this unnecessary complexity, kills the business. And it oftentimes kills the relationship you have with your employees and your customers. So simplify everywhere you can. I think this was a good point that Chris just made, right? There's data everywhere. I don't know how many petabytes, terabytes, megabytes, bajillion bytes. It was crazy, right, that graph? So everybody's got data. So I think as you go to work every day, and how do you add value to your corporation, how do I help it tell a story? How do I actually have the data tell me something I didn't know yesterday about my business so I could save money or make money, right? Grow the connection between us and our customers. There's a lot of great brands represented by Rourke Capital and some other players in the room. These are phenomenal brands, and they're very unique, right? Moe's is totally different than Sonic, which is totally different than Dunkin' Donuts. You go to those places for totally different reasons. I typically hit 3 or 4 in a day. The only one I have not gone into is an Orange Theory. I thought it was an Orange Julius, and I got the heck out of there as fast as I could. But all of these wonderful brands started by solving a problem, right? Meeting a market need. Then they got the formula down and said, how fast can we grow, right? Now it's just how fast can we execute, how fast can we grow? So solve via iteration. Then once you've got it figured out and it's working and it's profitable, that's why this franchise business is so cool, because you can just, you add capital to it, and then you keep good discipline governance around how they operate, and great, great things happen. And I love this. I do own a Tesla down by the river, and I live in it down by the river. But I love this. We're never going to get it right, totally right. But I do think the goal, whether it's procurement, use, or running operations, frontline operations, it's just be less wrong a little bit every day. We're always going to be wrong. Just be a little less wrong. I think that's a great, I know I look at my day, just a little less wrong. One less donut, one more good decision, maybe a salad, just a little less wrong in my personal decision making every day. Same thing with your business. So how do we help you do that? So again, I've been in the customer service business my whole life, and the biggest study I've ever seen done on what drives your ability to keep your customers happy with your brand, engaged with your brand, was done by the Gallup organization. Everybody know the Gallup organization? Anybody read a book called Human Sigma back in the day? All right then. Well, see, I'm adding values. I don't see anybody taking notes, which is very disturbing. Okay. I don't know what you get either. I don't even know what I won earlier, but we're going to get you something. Maybe my terrible towel. My gift to you. The number one thing you can do to drive engagement with your customers is have them be confident in you, confident in your ability to deliver what you said you were going to deliver, and do it consistently. The second, and by the way, these go up in importance, right? The farther you go up on this scale, the more engaged your customers are, the less likely they are to leave, the more they are likely to pay a premium for your service or product. And the second one is integrity. Things inevitably go wrong. They go wrong in a contract negotiation. They go wrong in the implementation. But do your customers believe you will deal with them with high integrity when it happens? If you have to give them a hard answer, do they understand at least how you arrived at that answer and why that is? The third level is pride. Are they actually proud to call themselves one of your customers? Right? Am I proud to wear the Kansas City Chiefs? Way more proud than 4 years ago. If I'm being honest, way more. This shirt doesn't, I don't wear this shirt 4 years ago. Right? And then passion, right? This is, I can't even think about my life without you know, that brand, that product, that service in my life. Many of you probably have Starbucks in this category, right? Like, I got to get that triple mochaccino, whatever, non-fat, skinny thing, you know, or my day is just shot. Some of us need 3 or 4 of those. But that's, you can, and you can test for this. You can test on whether or not your customers have confidence in you, think you deal with them fairly, are proud to call themselves a customer, and if they're passionate about it. And it matters because the strongest correlation, there's 2 things on the customer side. It's how engaged are your customers with your brand. 23% lift in revenue when a customer thinks you're irreplaceable. And they shouldn't think you're irreplaceable because of the contract that you're in, that you're stuck in, right? That's not the irreplaceable we're talking about. But big things happen, and when the top line moves like that, all sorts of good things happen to the business. Here's the second thing that I think as we buy technology, use technology, we got to really remember is, and I heard this at dinner last night, often overlooked is, are we engaging our own employees, our own workforce? Whether they be full-time, part-time, contractor, are we doing a good job of keeping employee engagement high? And here, it turned out, here are the 4 things that employees want to feel, again, in order of importance, right? What is it that I get if I work at Inspire, right, or at Dunkin'? What's in it for me? What's my pay? What's my total rewards, right? What do I get? The second thing is it has to be very, very clear to me what I am expected to give for that pay. Going up, do I belong here? Do I like who I'm around, right? Do they make me better? Do they make me smarter? Do I see myself growing alongside the company and the brand? And you can just tell, I mean, every one of us, if we feel that, right, we're doing great work inside the brand. And fourth, do I see my goals intersecting with the goals of the company that I work with? You test for this amongst your employees. As it turns out, if you have technology driving better engagement with your employees, keeping in contact with them proactively, not waiting for them to say, hey, sorry, I'm out of here. All sorts of great things happen in terms of employee productivity. All sorts of great things happen in terms of absenteeism going way, way, way down. And when we talk about the Great Resignation, we talk about wage increase. I would say the cheapest way you probably fix some of that is just doing a way better job of making sure that everybody in your organization that matters to you, to the point earlier on the right connections, knows that you care about them, knows that you care about their career, and you just start the conversation of what can I do, how you doing, right? What's not happening you want to see happen. It's so easy. It's like when you I had to fly on Southwest Airlines. By the way, nobody in here wants to sit next to me on Southwest Airlines, right? My plane was totally full the other day, and it's always the last 2 people are like, I'm sorry, I'm all you got, right? Second to last row, it's going to be me. I'm your seatmate, and I'm like this, trying to be good. But Southwest Airlines found out a long time ago that a smile was free, right? And all these other people are like, oh, we're going to come out with a new mobile app. We're going to do all this great stuff and see all these cool new buttons we put because we bought technology that allows us to do it. They smile and tell jokes on the PA system, right? That's free. We should probably look for free stuff that drives engagement both in our employees and our customers every chance we get. Don't have to spend money on it all the time. So engagement is key. The second thing is effort. I've been at Oracle 3.5 years, and I was very nervous to join Oracle because of what I would say were preconceived notions, right, of Oracle. And in two key areas. Are they easy to work for, and are they easy to work with? And again, coming from 20 years in service, in sales, and measuring engagement, I was very worried when I went to Oracle. What's the culture going to be like? Am I going to belong there? I've been in startups for 15 straight years, haven't worked in a large company since Verizon, and I've been super pleasantly surprised to be surrounded by really smart, energetic people that are trying to help people make better decisions and make them at scale. So very, very pleasantly surprised. And we've got a ways to go there, but we've also got a ways to go in terms of being easier to do business with. And this goes back to terms, right? We had discussions on ULAs that you want this flexibility, you want this ability to use licenses and take them with, right? And sometimes we have to go back and revisit some of these contracts we wrote that didn't give you the flexibility that you should have. And by the way, PAS, and what a cool thing, because ultimately our customers are going to demand from us that we have to be easier to do business with, and we can't lock them in or they will leave. Our revenue stream is more recurring revenue than it's ever been in our history. We've had to flip from a sell once times maintenance model to we better be on the same side of the table with you, or you're going to have an easier ability to migrate away from us in the future. We had to face that fact, right? 4, 5, 6 years ago, and then we've had to put the money behind building one stack. So when you did build over here in the back office, that it would talk seamlessly to the front office without putting you through integration hell. So I've been pleasantly surprised, but it's the amount of effort, right, we go through to work somewhere or to work with a company that actually is the largest predictor of loyalty and propensity to spend with a brand. More than engagement. Certainly more than even Net Promoter Score. So I don't know if anybody's familiar with this, the Harvard Business Review on customer effort score. If you've got some things in terms of what you're trying to do from a strategic value perspective for your brand through the use of technology, think about customer effort score. If you haven't had it down on your scorecard before, just think about it. So I think one of the things I'd really like to do in my 2.5 hours with you this morning, just kidding. Some of you are like, whoa, no. In the next maybe 15 minutes this is a great graphic, right? This goes for how we all look at the world. There's this truth, this big shining light of truth, where we look at it through our own bias, right? Our own little hole, and we only see that, right? So we've got our perception. If there's anything I could do to maybe think, you know what, it's been 3 or 4 years since I really had a discussion about with Oracle or Celonis or somebody else, right, or PAS about how can I tackle this problem, have the conversation, because you'd be amazed, right, how different we all are. If I come into any one of your businesses today and ask you what things are like and what are you going after and what was in your way, those are totally different answers, right, than you would have given me 4 years ago. And how you're tackling them is totally different. Same with us. We have to get better. We've had to get better, or we're going to lose. We're just plain and simple. We still do $40 billion in business. The mix has totally changed. We're starting to actually finally grow our business, but it was not easy. The market told us we were wrong. We were off, you know? So we're getting there, but we are getting there. I feel it. This is my kid, Grant. I have one son. His name is Grant. So he started growing hair like, crazy. And this is about 4 or 5 years ago, and we're at a breakfast restaurant. And he gets pancakes, and his hair is so crazy. I think he calls it flow. I don't know what it's called. He's eating the pancakes, and he comes up, and he's got syrup all over in his head. This is a problem I would love to have, by the way. I would love to have syrup in my hair. I haven't had syrup in my hair maybe ever. Maybe when I was 9. I don't know. But look at him. He's so happy. I'm like, you have syrup all through your hair. He's like, oh. And then he just keeps on eating. I'm like, oh, my gosh. So then he grows into this goofy-looking thing with crazy flow. This is about 2 years ago. Then he went through a little Ted Lasso phase. And now he's in the Matrix. He's fully in the Matrix. 2 years later, the kid's got his first big-time job working at a pharmaceutical company, and he's got key card access to certain rooms and no access to a lot of other rooms. They have not allowed him to drive heavy machinery, but he's in the Matrix. Look at that haircut. My God, I had no idea what he looked like. But he saw his grandpa for the first time 3 or 4 months ago, and he's like, who are you? Right? And that's what I think, that got me thinking that's what Oracle is. We're totally different than we were 3 years ago. That kid's totally different. I hope it takes, but I also don't want him to go too far into the Matrix, right? Like, keep your personality, keep being awesome, keep being you. Don't let anybody else tell you what to be authentic. But boy, am I glad you got a job. So the other thing that it turns out that no matter what industry or business you're in, customers like to feel 4 things all the time. They want to feel like you know them. You really know me. You remember me. I don't have to say it's Mike, right? Remember I just spent $3 million with you, 4 quarters ago? Have you forgotten me? Know me, know your stuff. That goes to the confidence, right? Know your stuff. Come prepared. Do your homework. I shouldn't do it for you. If you can do part of my homework, even better, right? Respect me and my time. This is one of the biggest ones. Respect me and my time. How do we use technology this is what I'm getting at. How do we use technology to drive these 4 feelings all the time? And then keep me informed. Don't make me call you or text you or get on the web chat or email you about the status of anything. Whether it be my flight tomorrow, my shipment, right? The billing dispute. These are the 4 things. So when you think about buying technology, think about, is it driving those 4 things? Or is it noise? Is it signal or is it noise? So this is Oracle's stock chart, and it's about 3 years. I think my time frame is 3 years on this. So I think we're finally starting to get some stuff right. We come out, we announce, every quarter. And I like the green line better than I like the blue line, right? But just to show you a shift, we kind of stayed the same in terms of market cap. And by the way, the market eventually catches up to you, right? Are you adding value or are you not? Are you treading water or are you not? The market will eventually tell you. Your customer will eventually tell you. So we're going the right direction, which is good. Number one thing I think we need to do is take distraction out. Reduce distraction, reduce friction as much as possible for our customers. We've got a long way to go, but there's just some really cool stuff we've done on both the cloud infrastructure side and the apps working together side that is just super powerful. And we're getting very, very close to having you say, you know what, I don't care if I start in service sales or marketing or advertising, and then the next thing is HCM or human capital management. The next thing is getting my financials to auto-populate and guide people to the work. Wherever you start, should work together. So number one, I think Oracle is on a great mission, and I see good evidence of this every quarter, that we're trying to remove the distraction because it dilutes everything. It certainly dilutes the value that we both thought we were going to get from the relationship when we did a deal. And this is what we find. When we get it right, we don't have to have you have 20 different solutions, best of breed, and then figure out how to interconnect them all and have them talk to each other. When we get it right, and you get, oh, okay, wow. If I could do that with just 2 things or a platform approach, things can really move forward, right? I'm not spending 30 to 70% of my time making stuff talk to each other. I'm actually spending that time figuring out what's it doing for my customer, my employee, and my ability to understand my business today and tomorrow. And I think this is a good point. Michael Saylor's a crazy dude. He's in Bitcoin or something. Just because you can acquire the thing doesn't mean you can maintain it and certainly get value out of it. Amen to that, right? Oh, I can afford it. Really? You know what that decision costs you year 2, 3, 4, 5? That's the longer lens I think we all have had to take a look at. So that's a great slide about Oracle. See all the places we are? Beautiful. Look at that. This is the 40 seconds of the beauty of being us. We're in every one of these spaces. ERP, supply chain, human capital, management, advertising, CX. And then what we did was we realized we needed to, again, do some of the homework for our customers because it was taking too long for them to get up and see value. To Chris's point, he was dead on. By the way, Chris really helped a lot of this thinking and move us forward in this thinking, by the way, before he went to Slonis. So from a sales, a go-to-market strategy, as well as on the tech side. But this is cool. I mean, we do all these things. We just got to make sure that they work together. We've got them all rewritten on the Fusion stack. We still got some holes here and there where they just don't talk out of the box, and they need to. They need to. Or we need to have a PaaS solution that makes it easy. We have to have recipes, and the biggest thing we've done in the last probably 12 to 18 months that I've seen is we've finally started to build very specific industry solutions. You know, if you're in food and beverage, you want to know, right, what do I get out of the box that talks my language? You know, if you're in the financial services world, you need to know what comes out of the box that talks my language so I don't have to start from scratch on building my reports or helping my business users understand what to build or how to connect the dots. That's the goal, single source of truth. We started as a database company. We thought we were a database company, and then we'd always be a database company up until probably 8 years ago. Everybody was coming after us on the database side, right? Because they should. You're the biggest player. You kind of started it. I'm going to eat your lunch because I'm going to do a better job of connecting with customers. I'm going to solve the problems you haven't you haven't solved fast enough for them, we're going to come eat your lunch. So we've had to change our view and say, you know what, let's take it as an advantage, where we started our roots as being this data company, and we just have to do a better job of master data management, customer data management, product data management, supplier data management. Make sure you can build those models once and reuse them all throughout the enterprise. I think that's one of the most powerful things that we're doing. And then, and we talked about this last night at dinner, you know, we're all used and conditioned to, we're on the B2B space, right? Or at least we buy for companies, right? And then hopefully to be used in the consumer or business space ultimately. Make it easier to use, for the love of God, right? So that's great. You got one code stack, you got one data model, but if I still can't get to it or use it and the UI sucks, adoption goes nowhere. Therefore, value goes nowhere. Probably the biggest, I think everybody would agree, the biggest problem with real value from any investment is adoption and use. So that has to, the UI, the user experience, actually gets you a Siri or a Hey Google type experience. I was trying to see if I could get some phones to go off. Type of experience by asking natural language questions around supply chain today in your business and getting actual understandable responses back from the system. Same thing with human capital management. How are we, I would love to be able to say, how are we doing in San Antonio today with, you know, with the labor pool? Are we up, are we down? Are we on target? Are we on budget? Just give me that answer. You know, do we have 27,000 people today or do we have 24,000 people today? Because they quit. I don't know. How do I ask that in natural language? How do we get the answer back in understandable terms? Move on. Very cool. If you haven't looked at our new UI that sits on top of all of the applications we sell, you should see it. It is so non-Oracle, you're going to be so happy. You're going to be so happy. OCI, and this is a part of the business I don't understand enough, but talk about a group that has actually looked at what's hard about doing business with them, what's too expensive doing business with them, and just radically try to change that. It's amazing. In many cases, they are 40 to 60% cheaper than the alternative out there, whether it be compute or storage. And what's really cool about what they're doing in cloud is they're really helping customers actually migrate the workloads to our cloud for free. I don't know if we've ever done anything for free at Oracle. We got stuff to buy, like Cerner. So very rare that we do something like this, but I'm very proud. I don't work in that organization. I'm super proud of what they're doing to try and make it easier to buy, use, adopt, and get value. So this is pretty cool. I've been here 3.5 years. I saw a slide, I don't know, I saw some data 3.5 years ago that said, hey, we're top right quadrant in 18 different areas. That number, when I got the slides for this year, 51. That's ERP, supply chain, human capital, CX. 51. My point here is this. If you had to go with a niche player or a best-of-breed solution to fix this problem in your business, because that was just markedly better feature, function, price-wise, you shouldn't have to do that anymore. We have to. The value's in the platform, right? No matter where you start, you should not strand that investment and be able to carry that over and let it accumulate or compound value for you. But first, we got to be good at that first thing. That is maybe the slide I'm most proud of. It's third party, talking with customers, not our data. We're getting to where there's no trade-off on the application feature function side, which is cool. One of the first places of our business we found this out was in human capital management and ERP. If you tied those two things together and you had finance and your labor pool, which is typically the largest expense for many of us in here, it's up to 70 or 80%, right, of cost of goods sold, 50 to 70%. Everything you have to build to understand what's going on with your employee base and everything you have to rebuild in the financials to tie those things together, you only have to build once now. Start on the HCM side or the ERP side. Good news is it's already there waiting for you on the GL side. 39% savings if you did HRP or an HCM and an ERP solution together. 39% cheaper because you can build in one and transfer that work over the other. Very cool. Lots of bad things happen if you don't do that. Very cool stuff. Check us out. We help Zoom do a bunch of really great stuff. On the industry side, it's very cool. We have over 1,000 people that get up every day and just focus on food and beverage at Oracle. How do we solve their problems, food and beverage specific problems, better every day and put it into the code? There's four levers of growth, right, in any company. Labor, capital, code, and an audience. Customers, members. Our job is to make sure that we allow you to leverage code to drive the other three in a meaningful direction. So our team knows what's going on in food and beverage. They are doing really, really good work to try and minimize the cost per transaction at the point of sale, to go along with you to help you get to when you can't do things in person, how do you do them digitally, and have the experience still be a positive one, maybe even more positive than before when everything was in store. So it's pretty cool. So one of the big themes in where service and sales is going is you got to go from reactive to proactive to actually predictive if you can. I think that's super important and 2.5 times more likely to increase your customer lifetime value if you actually get to this predictive part. I know there's a problem before there's a problem. I assume that there might be a problem coming up because I'm not sure that you understand how much money you spent yesterday versus you spent with us 3 weeks ago because of inflation, and now Mike has to take out a second mortgage to get his main course delivered. I mean, has anybody gone out to eat in the last, I was talking about this last night, 3 or 4 months? I'm poor. It's March. I'm running out of going out money. I go out and I'm like, oh, this is delicious menu, delicious food. It's so good. I can hear myself getting bigger. It's so good. And then you get the bill, and I for the first time in my life, I'm getting sticker shock. Is anybody else getting sticker shock? I order a lot of things by number. That's crazy. The number 3 at XYZ was never $12. It is now, and it's going to make me think maybe I should make a sandwich at home. You better be tight with your customers, right? Because they're paying more than they've ever paid for your good or your service. So it's going to be that much more important. All right, how are we doing on time? We got 2.5 hours left, so. One of the cool areas where we thought, what's the power of the platform, is we did this really cool thing called Enterprise Service Management, where we took all the things you have to do, and I apologize for the slide. I promise you this is only one of the crazy, eye checker slides that I have. We tied everything from how you do service to contracts to billing to supply to outside field service, tied it all together, one platform. And the reason why that is so cool is this. As you make decisions on technology, there is a very real cost to integrate with the rest of your ecosystem, right? So we've asked a bunch of customers, what is the real cost to you? When you buy this service application, you buy this field application, you buy this different system or the point of sale system that it needs to connect to, what's the real cost per interaction or integration that you build? And then how much is it to maintain? A very, very conservative estimate of that is about $55,000, okay, up front. Let's call it $30,000, $35,000 to build an integration, have these two systems talk together, and this is very not complex stuff, right? And then I'm going to have to maintain it. I got to have people that know how to maintain that, right? Something changes in either of the systems, I got to maintain that and change how they talk, so I still understand my business end to end. This is a very real cost, and so IDC says, from a productivity level, meaning adoption and use of the technology you paid all this good money for, it's worth $38,000 more annually if it just integrates, if it's already integrated. And you have another $35,000 to $38,000 that you don't have to spend from an IT cost of keeping them connected. So there's real hard dollar reasons why you want to make sure when you're making technology decisions that they're going to talk, all these different components are going to talk, or it gets really, really, really costly for the business, and that compounds. There's a bunch of examples, there's a bunch of math. I'll leave it at this. You can spend anywhere from $2 to $12 million over a 5-year period if you don't figure out the integration map, along with the product feature map from the very beginning of your procurement process. Super cool stuff. I was going to tell you all about the power of a receipt. I mean, think about that. There's a transaction. Mike just paid $12.48 for the number 3 at his favorite fast food restaurant, quick serve restaurant. All that stuff on the receipt is so powerful. Who am I? What did I order? I ordered two sandwiches, because sometimes they do that, buy one, get one. 2 fillet of fish. But now I know what Mike likes, or I should, right? Now I know how much he's willing to pay, or I should. Now I know how to drive that and actually have that receipt drive supply. Do I need to reorder, fillet of fish? Because Mike came in yesterday. He's been here 3 times this week. Things are going rough for Mike, But he's back. But it should trigger my supply chain. It should trigger my GL. It should trigger my accounting. It should just, from that store all the way up to the brand, right, up to the PE firm. It should just drive, know, and automatically trigger. And that's really cool power of when you have a connected end-to-end system. This is very cool. So I know Rourke Capital's here. These are 3 of the brands. These 3 brands are still in the portfolio, correct? So I subscribe to this guy, like the Wolf of Franchises or something on Twitter. Again, if you want to know where I get all my great stuff, it's Twitter and then Twitter. So there's a guy named Joe Johnson, and he owns 2 Meinekes, 1 Mako, and he owns 1-800 Radiator. And this is brilliant, but this is when Oracle gets up every day, we should think about how we help Joe Johnson. This is brilliant on his part. Do you know this story, by the way? Okay. Nobody knows Joe Johnson? Shoeless Joe? That's Jackson. So Mako is when your car's in an accident, right? Something happened to the exterior of the car, hopefully not the interior too much, right? But something's wrong with the exterior of the car. It needs to be collision repair. Meineke is all the stuff inside the car that can go wrong. He owns them both. Well, guess what? When you're fixing the inside of your car, he notices the dent and talks to you about fixing the dent. When you come in for the dent, he's like, hey, let's check the oil. Brilliant, right? So he's what we call horizontally integrated, his own 2 businesses. 1-800 Radiator sells supplies to both of them. 1-800 Radiator also sells to his competitors. So he knows what are people buying. At my stores and everybody else's stores, he knows it first. As long as he connects the dots, he's vertically integrated, horizontally integrated. He does it at a scale of 4 total shops. That's what we want to, right? Oracle needs to get up every day and think, how do we help that dynamic be repeatable, right? No matter what business you're in. That's just cool. He knows more than his competitors. He's got this amazing ability to be in your face, having the right conversation at the right time, with a high propensity to spend across the next brand. That's what we should enable you to do. And if we do that, Oracle's going to have that green line is going to go way far right. So connect with your customers, connect with your employees, connect with your business. Each point of it, don't get stuck paying $6 gas, right, and charging $4. And when we do it right at Oracle, you should be able to choose your own beginning and not strain the investment. I think I'm done. Any questions or thoughts? Did I drop it? I'm just kidding. Like, you owe me a remote. I thought it was the mic. Nothing? Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Joe Johnson. Yeah. And you know how he does it today? Manually, at 4-store level. You're exactly right. And I think he does it manually. I haven't talked to Joe. I literally saw his story when I was thinking about this, being here with you. I just saw that thread and that cool business story, and they had him interviewed. And my assumption is that he's probably doing that manually today at a 4-store level. And we have to take that example and and with microservices, you know, by the way, I love microacquire. That's just super cool. I mean, you can buy businesses for $1,000 to 10 million on micro. It's just super cool. But I don't know if Joe Johnson has the system doing it for him, you know, and telling him at the end of the day, hey, you've got another $42,000 in possible repairs because of the business you got at Meineke, you know, over the last week. I don't know if that's happening for him yet, or if I suspect he's doing it manually. But that is, if he was all on the Oracle stack, he should know that. It should tell him. It should trigger him to the next best offer or action. If he's not, then he's on his own. Darn it. Great question. Well, I'll leave you with that. I'll be around, and more importantly, there's really super smart people from Oracle that actually know how to solve problems. They're here too. So, but anyway, it's a pleasure meeting you guys, and enjoy your trip, and take it easy on Kansas City next time you see us, please. Thank you. Thanks.
All right, thank you, everyone. We're going to take a break for lunch. Feel free to help yourself. There is lunch provided behind you and seating area. During that time, we'll also have some supplier presentations in the far right corner. So feel free to make your way over there after you grab a bite to eat. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Well, while everybody's filtering back in over here for the afternoon sessions, I also want to call out and just thank everybody on the live stream. On the live stream, I guess they're back there. We do have a live stream going on, and appreciate everybody tuning in there as well too. Hopefully, you guys are getting some value, and looking forward to connecting with all of you after the fact. Our next speaker made the trip up to Pittsburgh from sunny Jacksonville, and I quite honestly was a little upset when I woke up Saturday morning and saw snow on the ground, because I thought he's probably going to bail on me because he's got better plans down south. But he was able to make it up here yesterday, and he's currently the senior client director for large value-added reseller that PASS, as well as our clients, have had the pleasure of working with and having a lot of success working with our clients. He's got a 15-plus year history of working in the retail, entertainment, and media space, delivering solutions and value to his clients. And really excited for him to come up and share the benefits of leveraging a value-added reseller the ways that I think a lot of our clients and clients in the market aren't, and getting the full support of them to deliver to the bottom line. So please give it up for our next guest, Mr. Michael Kennedy.
That's fine. Hopefully this is on and you guys can hear me. First off, thank you, PASS and Rourke for the opportunity today. Very excited to be here. When Justin asked me to speak, I kind of thought, okay, I could get up here and give an insight spiel, but everybody's probably heard that. I think the biggest value that I wanted to impart is, okay, what value can we find from VARs, and how do we potentially unlock that? How do we best work with our account executive? Who is that person, and kind of what's the mindset of your sellers that you work with? I think it's kind of a unique opportunity. Little background on myself. As Justin mentioned, I've been in the reseller industry for about 15 years, maybe a little less. Started out inside sales, pounding phones, cold calls. You all have probably received those previously. Built up, I'm now a global client executive working with a few major clients of ours. I think a lot of what I'll speak about today is differentiation on that account executive side, and really how to potentially unlock that. So when I think about my interaction with clients and how we look at delivering value, I always like to define value. We'll take a look at perceptions of a VAR, strategic value of a VAR, kind of true meaning of partnership, and then really unlocking that. So when we think about value, if you Google it, you check it out, there's 4 or 5 different definitions, we'll say. If I were to ask the room, what does value mean to you? I'd probably get 40 to 50 different responses. When I think about value, I think it means different things to different people at different points in time. And it's my job as an account executive to kind of figure out that out, right? Different situations, different groups, procurement, IT, the business, everybody's going to look at things differently and find, different areas they need me to help in. Perceptions of VAR, quite frankly, we tend to sell water. We do not make products. Cisco's, the Microsofts, the HPs, the Apples, everything you buy, we don't make it, right? We sell water made by 6,000 other brands, but where a lot of what we deliver is around the wrapper. So, sorry. I'm losing my train of thought here. So think IP, think how do I get product from one point to another? How do I handle supply chain mitigation? How do I handle deployments? How do I increase my time to market of delivery of installs? How do I help reach my clients better? How do I utilize data to better understand both my business, my clients, and ultimately improve my operations? Sorry, I'm way off here. Strategic value of VAR. This is really just a few key points that I'd put down. Driving cost efficiencies. When we think about sourcing from different partners, there's a lot of information. Justin had touched upon, Bert had touched upon benchmarking data. We have access to all of our client data, so we'll help put that together, run an analysis, make sure we're helping you get the best deal. Negotiation strategies, I would say, is a big one for me. We understand our OEM partners, we understand their drivers, we understand their comp structures. We've built relationships with these folks, and we can help advise and guide our clients to negotiate better deals. Creative deal structures. I think this is a pretty important one. Sometimes I tend to see myself sometimes as a divorce mediator, per se. It's really trying to get both sides to come together, an OEM and a client. I'll give you one example under a creative deal structure perspective where the OEM, the supplier, had a series funding round coming up. They really wanted to look at a bigger deal. They wanted to try and put together a package that the client would be interested in. The client was going down their standard 1-year proposal structure, renewal structure. We were able to come together. We ended up doing a 3-year deal, saved the client about 25% year over year. We were able to also structure annual payments for them that allowed them to continue on with their budget cycles, but it also allowed the OEM to recognize the deal up front. I think the key to that is, have those conversations with your reseller partners. Talk to them about your challenges. Really just communicate at the end of the day. I think, sorry, I'm way off here. We will go. To me, true meaning of partnership is I need to invest in the time to understand your business. I need to understand your ideal outcomes. I need to understand the situation, right? What is the ask? What is going on? I need to sell outside to align against your goals. What's that mean? Building consensus across the board, both within my organization, building consensus with maybe the OEM partners and or folks within your organization that need to help or be involved in a project or an opportunity. I also say I need to own and control the 98%. When I think about the 98%, the 2% that I can't control is the PO, it's the purchase. That's all on you. The 98% that I can control, that is the aligning of resources, the research, the communication, the project management, everything leading up to that sale, I can control. I can't control where you guys decide to do your business with. The one ask usually from our side is, if I invest in you, I need you to communicate and invest in our partnership. I think really I imagine you all have been there, right? You sit through a number of meetings where the introduction is, we're the best, we're the greatest, we do everything, we have the best people. Where I think the differentiation is and where you can unlock a lot of that strategic value of your partners is in that communication, right? Find a vendor, find a rep, find a person who's willing to make these investments on your behalf, and I think you'll start to see and realize, hey, maybe there's some things I didn't think about. Maybe there's some additional value adds that I didn't know that they had. And now, how do I leverage that, right? How do I maybe, instead of spending on deployment costs or proof of concept costs, can my vendor help me leverage POC funding? Can they help me leverage deployment funding? What is out there that can really help me as a company, help me as a buyer, help me as a stakeholder? So I think unlocking potential in your relationships. Hopefully today you're speaking with Insight, doing business with Insight, but if not, right, challenge your current reseller partners. I think the best relationships I have that we've had in place for a number of years really comes through communication. I would say my best relationship in the industry came from them challenging me. Hey, Michael, I'm facing this challenge. This is what I need to accomplish. How do we come together? Quite frankly, it was a budget challenge. They had not properly budgeted for a software renewal. That renewal had gone up, not substantially. They had challenges with the OEM and pushing that back down to where they need it from a budget standpoint. And the biggest key there is communication, where they said, hey, this is my budget, this is what I need to hit. We got creative. I would say on that opportunity, what we did was pulled in a few different OEMs. Being a reseller, we're lucky that we don't get paid on selling one product, right? We sell everything, so leverage that. Put together different deals. Maybe it's share shift from other vendor partners or OEMs. Most VARs are willing to work with you and understand, hey, what challenges do you have and how do we creatively solve them? Share goals. I know a lot of my clients, I know what their spend reduction goals are for the year. A lot of my IT contacts, I know what their projects are for the year. And I know what they need to achieve. So having myself know that, communicating, having that joint kind of success motion, we'll say, really helps me align my internal resources, advocate, and eventually deliver a solid customer experience and help my partners on the client side achieve their goals. I'd say find an account executive who is willing to listen, understand, and really learn and advocate. I've seen it throughout my career where some reps love to get on the phone, they love to pitch, they don't listen, right? I'm sure you all have been there, you've heard it, where they speak and then the immediate question is, great, what's our next steps? What do we do? What do you want to buy? For me, that's not really a true partnership. I think the biggest skill from any account executive or seller is the ability to listen and learn. I think that is definitely number one. So I would say, look at your vendors, find someone who is willing to listen, to learn, and create shared goals. And then again, communicate, right? IT, the value curve, value meaning different things to different people at different times, constant communication, right? That value curve is gonna change throughout a project, an opportunity, a cycle. Keeping your rep apprised to, hey, this is what we need to achieve, or hey, there's a project change, how do you help me manage this? Really helps them you know, work towards those co-joint goals, if you will. So shameless plug, a little bit about Insight. Maybe a little more comfortable talking through this one. But Insight, we are a global IT provider and solutions integrator. We're driving transformation and modernization through intimate understanding of client needs. You know, I am quite biased working for Insight. There are a number of great companies and partners out there. But overall, we're about 12,000 people strong. We are a global company working with over 6,000 manufacturing partners, providers. We've delivered over 4,000 projects last year, everything from simple installs up through complex cloud migrations and hybrid data centers. The biggest thing I would say from an Insight perspective, working for a number of other VARs throughout my career, is our investment and our commitment to our consultants, our architects, and our engineers. Just the sheer volume of being a quote-unquote sales company, but having 1/3 of our employees focused on the solutions standpoint, I believe really is a testament to our investment into our clients and our clients' success. As you see, we've won a number of awards up there, but I think, as I said in the beginning, our focus, my focus, a good rep's focus should always be on you and your business and what your outcomes need to be versus, hey, I need to sell some products. So what's the flavor of the day? Let me shoot you that email. It all starts with communication. I've interacted with a number of folks, both in IT and procurement, and they're always sometimes afraid to share information, right? You think, hey, my vendor's gonna price gouge me, or I won't see as much value as I should, or the cost savings won't be there. I would say communicate, find that great VAR, and really have those conversations, right? Have planning sessions, ensure they're aligned to your strategic goals, and yeah. That's all I have. I'm sorry. This is my first keynote, so I'm a little nervous. I appreciate you all sticking with me. Go ahead, Justin. Yeah, I think throughout the years, VARs, resellers, kind of have a bad rap, right? There's a lot of great account executives out there, and there's a lot of really bad account executives. I've sat through meetings where literally the only questions are, hey, what are you buying today, and can I send you a competitive quote, right? Great, maybe they go dirt cheap, but that type of person's looking for, an individual sale. I think all of us work for great companies. There's a lot of great resellers and VARs out there who do a lot of really, really cool things. I think at the end of the day, it comes down to your account executive and the team that you're engaged and you're working with, who can really help you unlock, that value, that strategic kind of partnership, if you will. To your question, I mean, one, find that person. If you're not happy with the company, you're not happy with the rep, request someone else, advocate for yourself. When you look at RFIs or relationships or RFPs, RFXs, be clear as much as you can. If you need help or protection, put NDAs in place. I can't tell you the number of times where we've had to respond to some type of RFX where maybe we only have 50% of the information, right? And it's very tough to respond or build a solution or provide, that business outcome or plan against that business outcome when we don't have the full picture. And I think that's probably a challenge from our side, and I get it, from a client side where, hey, we don't want to give them too much information, or we can't, or we're concerned about, kind of legal protection around our NDAs if we don't have one in place. I just think communication and having clear pictures allows, your reseller, your VAR, to truly put together a great solution that enables and helps your business. Because at the end of the day, right, I don't see myself as a seller. I know a lot of my peers don't see themselves as sellers. We truly love to help. And there's a lot of us who want to know and understand your business inside and out so that we can kind of proactively come to you and say, hey, we have this idea, we understand this is going on in the industry or within your business. What's your thoughts around here, right? I think this could really help improve X, Y, Z, whatever it may be.
A lot of your clients start to come to you and talk about supply chain and how that factors into the equation.
Yep, for sure.
How are you attempting to help your clients?
There are a number of diverse suppliers from a tier 1 diversity spend perspective in the industry. We at Insight, we are not. We are a publicly traded company, so tier 1 diversity spend is a challenge for us. A number of our clients are also looking at tier 2 diversity spend initiatives, right, which is something that Insight can help with. We are, I would say, I am most impressed with Insight with our internal investments into our corporate culture, the enablement of our people in the education and kind of shared experiences that, us as corporate employees are being exposed to. I think that goes a long way, right? But we are diversifying our supply chain to look at more diversity spend, right? And that allows us to flow some of that spend recognition to our clients via that tier 2. We also, Insight owns 49% of an entity, another reseller, OnPoint ITS, who is a woman-owned business, certified woman-owned business. Mm-hmm.
Talk a little bit about what that is like and how that benefits the clients.
Yeah, we have a lot of different tools and capabilities within our skill sets, if you will. Our Insight.com portal is probably what you're referring to. So we have the ability to set up clients, establish standards, deploy that out, control maybe approval hierarchies, self-reporting. We have, I think, over 30 reports at this point. That's all self-service. We have some analytics dashboard capabilities coming out from a renewals and warranty management standpoint. Once we process orders, we ingest that data. We then push that out via our R&M dashboard so that at any point in time, we have access, clients have access to all of your renewals and your warranties for budget planning, what's coming at next quarter, what do I need to hit. Maybe via that we start to see trends and say, hey, okay, we're seeing, Red Hat, for example, purchased in January, March, July, August. Is there an opportunity to look at that, aggregate and code term everything under one contract, and maybe now we can, negotiate a better cost basis because it's all tied together. Does that help? Sorry, Jason.
What is Insight doing to combat the wonderful supply chain?
Great question. We're partnering with clients to better understand their standards and their future rollout plans. Insight, we have a number of warehouses and lab facilities where we will run certain programs. We have a client-owned inventory program. We also have a client-reserved inventory program. So we will proactively bring inventory standards based on your needs, forecast information, et cetera, into our warehouse. We will sit on that. We can either invoice at time of ingest when we receive the equipment or invoice at time of shipment of equipment. So we've been proactively working with a lot of our clients to get ahead of that and say, okay, maybe this specific laptop has a 4 to 6 week lead time. What do you need within that range? What's your yearly plan look like? And let's proactively bring that in, manage that inventory process for you so that when you need equipment based on that forecast, we can ship it out and you have it and you're not trying to play this game of, hey, let me cut a PO 8 weeks ahead of time and hopefully I get it at that point in time. Great question. Yes, I have. We are now starting to enforce signature on shipments to homes, apartments, et cetera. We have seen kind of an uptick in theft and or misdelivered packages. Say, for instance, it's left outside of a house, or if it's an apartment building, left in a mailroom, and it's unsecure. So because of that, we've been enforcing signatures for delivery. There might be a delay if someone's not home, but again, at least the equipment is secure, it's delivered. We know that, again, if something is stolen, we've kind of eaten that cost and taken care of it. Because it's the best thing. 8 week lead time, and if it has to be reordered and it's not in inventory, it's a poor customer experience. Work from home wise, we are starting to see more interest in collaboration and what kind of the evolution of collaboration may or may not look like, right? So if we're going to be in this work from home or maybe hybrid type work office, how do we better enable our employees? How do we ensure that the security's in place, especially if we're going to be making this kind of long-term shift? Does that answer your question?
It does. I'm impressed that you answered that in what just felt like a small quake, so congratulations.
Was there an earthquake? I was shaking earlier when I was sitting in the back. I could feel it. So, awesome. Any other questions? Thanks for sticking with me the first few minutes there. I feel a little more comfortable. Awesome. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Michael. It is time for me to introduce our last speaker of the day, and I can very confidently say that there is never a dull moment with this guy. Most of the day he is negotiating contracts, but has held various leadership roles at Oracle, Salesforce, IBM, Microsoft, you name it. It has been a pleasure working for PASS and Eric Cunningham, so please help me welcome Eric Cunningham, CEO and Chief Customer Officer at PASS.
Test. So before Natalie leaves, this is our first event that we've hosted. A lot of you haven't been to an event, nor have I in a long time. She's a year out of college, and she put this entire event on for the company. And I want to thank all the folks from PASS, data staff, and Vari for helping. But she's the true leader of this, and we really want to thank you for putting this all together today. So thank you, Natalie. Thank you. So a lot of the things that I was going to talk about we've kind of already addressed, so we'll get through a lot of these things quicker. But we're going to talk a little strategy today. We're going to talk about the most important asset you have as an employee, which is what? What is it? It's why we have accelerating technology procurement. Let me ask you a question. Who's ever negotiated an ERP contract? Who's ever sold an ERP contract? Carlos, how long does it take for you from the time you present a proposal to a client to the time that they're done signing the deal? How long does that typically take? ERP, called Oracle Financial Cloud. Six months? Long time, isn't it? We got some network guys in here, telco network guys. Scott, how long does it take to do a network refresh contract? Soup to nuts. 3 to 8 months, right? What's the fastest and largest growing expense in a balance sheet? One of the top threes. What is it right now? Mike, what is it? On the balance sheet, what category is one of the fastest pace and largest expense on a balance sheet right now? Talent's one, yeah. Human capital. Marketing's one too. It's an acronym. It starts with an I and ends with a T, right? It's also the hardest to procure, in my opinion. One of the hardest categories to procure. You've heard a lot of subject matter experts over the last 2 days, and they talked about technology and the talent, all the positions out there, how much we're paying chief procurement officers. He or she's at a very highly need right now, but I can tell you that most people that are in procurement that are buying technology have never been in a supplier position. We're going to talk about today how suppliers can win. You're over here, suppliers, all right? And the customer can win over here. And we're PASS, we're in the middle. How do suppliers get their deals quicker? And how do clients get the deals that they expect? We're going to talk a little bit about that today. So there is no PhD degree in technology procurement, and there's no master's degree in that. We all know that. It's called experience. We talked about this over dinner the other night. You've really got to, this is a craft that you've got to learn over time and build it together, but you can't do it by yourself. It's also the most understaffed position at a company. We've got clients that have $750 million in indirect tech spend, and they're doing it with 2 category managers. They're missing a huge opportunity, right? Because if they were doing it right, I'm not kidding, 15 to 30% is what we're seeing in savings. So we'll talk about that. So introduction, I think I've went through that. Our companies, everybody knows who PASS is at this point. We appreciate you all participating in this. We'll talk a little bit about all the partners we have here today towards the end. ATP, we hear all the time from customers, hey, how can I do more with less? You know, we're not Officio's here, they do a great job. They're one of our clients. We're not an outsourced procurement organization. We're an extension of IT and procurement's team. That's what we are, right? We're the easy button. We're the company that has the answers to the test when you need to make quick decisions. All right, we're going to talk about the top reasons why clients don't get the best deals, and then we're going to talk about a process that both the supplier and the client can win in. We'll tie it all together. That sound fair? So a little bit about PASS, and we have one salesperson. Stand up. Who's our salesperson? We have one salesperson. We're fortunate. We have a lot of customer referrals, client referrals. We got a lot of good partnerships with some of the strategic SI companies as well. But this is a hot topic, but it's hard to find people that understand how to interpret data. It's hard to find the expertise to understand how to negotiate, and it's hard to understand connecting all those together, because a lot of customers that are out there, the first question I ask them is, who's your executive sponsor from Oracle? Who's your executive sponsor from Rimini Street? Who's your executive sponsor from Verizon, AT&T? I don't have one. It's the first place you need to start. We'll talk about why here in a minute. We serve clients in 12 different industries. Government, Social Security network. We're doing private equity, you've heard over the last couple of days. We're doing global clients. We're doing a $1 billion negotiation for an AWS deal in South Korea right now. We're doing Woolworths out of South Africa. And I don't know how they find us, but they find us. But deals are deals, right? And Bennett said this earlier, and I heard, I think Michael said this maybe last night. It doesn't matter what size of a company you are. Deals are done on a need from the supplier side of it. I've seen smaller companies get better deals than bigger companies. I see it every day. That's all I do is negotiate contracts. So think about that. And then lastly on here, you know, the outcomes is really what the customers are looking for. So that 180-day negotiation that Carlos was talking about, or Scott was talking about, you know, most companies don't have that time to put in up front, but at the end of the day, the deals are great, the pricing's great, the terms and conditions are great, but that's the ultimate outcome is the best contract. Based on the nature of your business, if you're a PE company, you need language like Bert talked about, rebalancing, termination in favor, chronic unavailability, M&A buffers. These are all the things that you can't rely on your sourcing people to have all the answers to those tests. That's why companies like us are in place today. So let's talk about the biggest challenge. By selling to a client, all right, and then procuring as well. The biggest challenge is this. It's alignment. So any sales reps in here? Steve, who do you work for? Okay. So you go through sales methodology classes all the time, right? Who are you selling to up on those on the far right in the blue boxes? Everybody, right? So if you work for the company, right? We have any CIOs in here? Okay, we got a CIO over here. Jason, when Steve's out there selling and he's selling to everybody in your business, what do you think he's doing? Is he getting the same answer from everybody? No. Business, all they care about is, hey, Steve, you're getting the deal. I don't care what it costs. I've already selected you. You're getting the deal. That's what they're saying. Procurement, how are they measured? Right? They're measured on service in the business, sometimes with cost, most of the time with supply chain. They've got to get deals through their process. Finance, all they care about savings. In IT, well, IT's job is to go out and make sure that what your business requirements align to that technology supplier that we're buying today. All right? So if you're a client, the last thing you want is 4 different answers to Steve. Steve's a smart guy. Been doing this stuff for a long time. Steve understands when he's being told, I'm not going to source this to anybody else. This is your deal. Oh, Steve, this is the budget. This is what we can pay. Steve already has a bird in hand. There's no incentive for Steve to give Jason a better deal at this point? It's the number one issue we see in companies. There's no alignment. People are coming in and leaving. A lot of positions are changing. So the first thing we do is we establish alignment within our clients today. Right? That hinders the problem. These are the 6 problems, and the first 3 we'll come back to, but we've already heard data, expertise, and network. We sole source. We find a supplier and say we want that supplier. You've heard, I think it was Michael yesterday, he talked about, you go out, there's a lot of these cloud, somebody's got a Teams call. We got these cloud providers that are out there that are PE backed. How many cloud providers that are PE backed last year that, let's call it $50 million in revenue and below, went out of business or were acquired? What percentage you guys think? Over half. Okay? Over half. Just an interesting stat about Michael, who was up here before. How much of IT procurement is now running through the channel? Technology procurement that you're buying through the channel. Across the board. This is data that we benchmark all the time. Take a crazy guess. Dave, what do you think? Dave Morgan. How much? Was that 10? 78%. Insight. That's why Insight, these guys at Insight, SHI, CDW, it's huge. I was just standing out in the hallway with Kristen Otto from Celonis. He goes, can you introduce me to your top 3 channel providers? We do a lot with system integrators, but we want to take Celonis into this new market. Jeff Grossman, is he in the room here? Jeff and I were just talking out there about Oracle's channel process. It's going to only get bigger and bigger, right? They take all the risk. Oracle gets paid quicker, Celonis gets paid quicker. Insufficient value calibration. What's that mean? Justin, what's that mean? Yeah, well, we're not, so when we have 4 different people giving you 4 different answers, right, there's no alignment there, and you're making decisions on the wrong technology. We have this happen all the time. Who's bought stuff in the last 12 months and said, oh, I shouldn't have bought that, I should have bought the other thing? I have. Anyone else done that? Right? Why? Because you rush, because you got pressure or you need to have something in place. And then, I love this one. We like to get involved when we hear this is our best deal. This is our best deal. I would give the advice to the suppliers when they say this is our best deal, you better make sure that you have that from your EVP of sales, because you're going to look goofy, because that EVP of sales, he or she, is going to give something at the end if they're not plugged into it today. It's a fact. They're going to give something at the end. Let's talk about top 3. We beat data to death. Bennett, head of product development, data. Eats, sleeps, and breathes data every day. And the inconsistencies across suppliers, industries, and regions is so bizarre, and it's really driven based upon what I would call that territory VP, SVP of sales. Based on industry, based on region, it's different. They all run their business different. A lot of it, they all have their own P&L. They run their own business. At the end of the day, they're measured quarterly, monthly, whatever the case may be. But the difference discounts, people talk about the discounts in, the 4 regions of the United States. If you did a workday deal and it's the same configuration, and we threw out a quote to each of those SVPs at workday across the United States, we would get 4 different types of pricing, and it would vary 15 to 20%. That's why you need data, right? How many workday deals are you doing a year? Maybe 1, right? That workday rep is doing 15. That RVP that he or she works for is doing 45. That SVP that they work for is doing 125. They do a lot of deals. They're good at what they do. You heard some of the clients talk about that. They're really good at what they do, right? Expertise, right? It goes into, we call this why I think we're successful at PASS is we've all worked at these suppliers. You know, EMC, IBM, Microsoft, Oracle. We understand the mindset of the supplier. We understand how suppliers are measured, and we're empathetic to that. And our job is we'll sit there and tell a supplier, we've never missed an end date for a supplier. As long as they're up front with us, we'll be up front with them, right? But you've got to understand what they're going through. You know, we heard a couple people talk about before, the regional manager or sales rep will say, this is the best I can do. I'm not going to be able to do anything else, you know. And what we're going to talk about is some tactics and some strategy on how you can help enable them, because that is the best they can do without sending an approval up and getting to the right people to get that concession made. I like this slide. I'm not going to belabor on it, but I actually thought that was Gartner out there trying to get in the window when we heard that loud noise. They weren't invited. But here's what I would tell you right now. The expertise piece of this. Has anyone used Gartner before in this room? Everybody use Gartner? How long does it take to get Gartner on the phone to have a strategy call? Does anybody know? Dave, you used Gartner before? You talk to your Gartner. Could you get them on the phone in a week? Week or more, right? Do you have a week to wait? You need top-of-mind information to be able to execute your outcomes. So we did a little analysis, because we're a data company, right, Bennett, of some of their top negotiators that they tout. And I know you guys, you can see it up here. The mega suppliers, where they've worked at. Oracle, Microsoft, and you guys can look at the chart. The thesis that came back is if you want to buy a calculator, they have a couple guys that worked at Texas Instruments. That's it. You want to buy technology, we'll sit down and have a conversation with you. But it's the data piece of it, the expertise piece of it, and then the last piece is the network. Right? We got a lot of suppliers here today. They didn't come because they don't like us. They come because they're also our partners. Right? We all want to work together to get to the final outcome that you're expecting as clients, and the final outcome that you're expecting as a supplier as well, too. Let me back up real quick. On the relationships, I've heard, you know, hey, let's get rid of that person, or let's make a change, and we don't like that person. That's never, that's not how we think. We think that, hey, let's have a conversation about the sales rep. Let's have a conversation about the value, right? Because remember that misalignment slide that we had with talking about 4 different business units? Somebody on that misalignment slide over to the right has a pretty good relationship. And the sales rep needs to make sure that they're accommodating all 4 of those areas. But essentially, all the communications need to be centralized through one of those particular areas. With customers, and they, you know, I don't like the word vendor. You'll never hear me say the word vendor. I hate it. It's a horrible name. Their suppliers are strategic partners, right? Because Bert said it before. You're going to be able to identify who's going to be with you. He talked about the marriage, right? If you're not, the dating's not going well, the marriage isn't going to go well. That's how it is here. But the really good salespeople are going to be the ones that actually care about you and care about the outcomes you're going to be at. You need to reciprocate that to them as well, too. Those are lifetime relationships. And a lot of lifetime relationships I'm talking about are people sitting in this room that I've worked with as well. All right, so let's talk about how we can take that 180 days to 30 days or less. All right, so here's what happens. Clients will come to us with a proposal or an agreement. We'll run it through our platform. Bennett talked about past forensics. We'll do a benchmark thesis on pricing. The next thing we'll do is we'll look at your business, the business terms and the legal terms. And we have another platform that benchmarks all that. So that'll formulate what we call your entire comprehensive benchmark. Once we have that in place, we're going to put together a counteroffer. We'll give you some counteroffer tips here in a minute. So here's our benchmark thesis. We have 3 different flavors of it. Bennett said price check on aisle 4. I like how he said that. Price check on aisle 4. I need something real quick. I'm buying Adobe 10 license, 20 license. It's transactional. It's a click-through agreement. I don't have a CSA or an MSA. It's got to be quick. We're going to come back to you, and we're going to say, based upon what we've seen in the marketplace today, based upon the region, boom, boom, boom. Here's what we think you can get, low end. Here's what we think you can get, top end. Who are you talking to? When do they need to deal by? When do you need to do the deal by? Very simple. Not a lot of strategy, although it's probably a lot more than what most people are doing. Comprehensive, that's where we're going to peel out the terms and conditions. So if you're an M&A shop and you don't have an M&A buffer in your Oracle deal, Oracle perpetual license or whatever you're buying, you want to put that in there. Anyone know what an M&A buffer is? Other than the Oracle guys. We might not want to talk about it. You want to know why we're not going to talk about it? Because Oracle doesn't offer you an M&A buffer, so why would you know what it is? That's why you need companies that can help you with that. Rebalancing. We talked about that earlier. These don't come out of standard. Workday's not going to offer rebalancing language. It doesn't come out of their standard agreement. So why would you know that you can get that? These are great terms and conditions that's going to protect the interest of your organization and mitigate the risk. We talked earlier about a group of us over there about Inspire Brands. If you think of Inspire Brands, they're just continuing to buy companies and putting them underneath the holding company called Inspire Brands. Imagine managing the technology assets and the decisions making when you don't have any visibility of it. It's really difficult to do that. But if you have language in your agreement where you can spin in and spin out companies, it's really not as painful as it could be. Competitive benchmarks. You want to start maybe looking at, the supplier's not doing it. Maybe you're looking at something different. Start this a year out. Minimum 6 months. I'm looking at Infor. I'm looking at Workday, Oracle, SAP, right? I want to know, here's my configuration pass. Come back to me and tell me what I can expect to pay relative to the cloud license, and then come back to me and tell me what I can expect to pay relative to SI fees, which are going to supersede the license, and anything else that I might want to look at. And what's my internal labor cost going to be? What else should I be considering this? Is there identity management that I should look at? What about a help desk? What about workflow? We're going to come back to you with a massive document that's going to give you details of what cost looks like. So you can take that in instead of telling your board of directors, hey, I think it's going to be 15 to 20 million. You can go in and say, hey, listen, we validated this with a company out there that has relevant data. This is what they do. We think that we could be within this area with a 10% swing either way. Make sense? So when suppliers come to the clients, they need deals done. The suppliers need to understand that the clients have to take a lot of things into consideration to get deals done, specifically larger deals. We're talking about cash outlay payments. We're talking about the tax analysis. Mike talked yesterday about tax. I got my eyes opened up on tax yesterday. Hopefully you guys got a nice little tax education there and some tips. The total cost of ownership. Who's in procurement here? Raise your hand if you do procurement. What's your name, sir? Robert. When you go to buy something of certain value, don't you have to put together an analysis to make sure you take it up to your leadership team to get approval on that, or can you make that decision on the fly? What kind of items do they look for to make sure that you're justifying it correctly? These types of things, right? Right, so suppliers need to understand, hey, I need a deal done in 24 hours. If you're going to ask for that 24-hour deal, you better ask for that 15 days, middle of the month, right? Because it takes a lot to get deals approved internally as well. I'm dealing with a very large grocery company right now, and Russ and I were talking this morning, and they get a lot of pressure. And let me give you a little tip. I sold, and there's strategies on the sellers too where the client wants their proposals, they want their best and final deals. You give it to them 3 days left in the month and you expect it to get it done. That's not a good business partner. On the flip side of it, clients, You need to understand waiting until the end of the month to sign a deal doesn't mean anything anymore to the suppliers, especially if you're a cloud provider. Why? Those days have come and gone. Recognizing revenue on a perpetual license, I love doing these big deals at Oracle and do a 36-month deal, 48-month deal. We get paid for it all up front back in the day. Now it's based upon an operating, you're leasing the license, so they're getting paid 1 month in the rears for cloud. So if you do a 36-month deal at Oracle right now and you're buying their HCM platform, they're only recognizing 1 month at a time. So you holding the deal, customers holding the deal doesn't do you any favors, right? Once you find what you like, you got to strike for it. Okay? Counter offers, right? Sales reps. We used to do this process that's changed. Microsoft had a process and had one at Salesforce, and who can forget HQ app at Oracle, where you would have to write up a justification to get a better deal or a concession on a term or whatever the case may be. They call it, what is it called? Uncommon terms or I forget exactly what it is. But the counteroffer templates. We give you what they want to know. We give the clients what the suppliers want to know. That's how the sales rep can take that, he or she can take that, attach that, send it up through the approval process so they understand there's actually some logic behind what the customer's asking for. I'm going to tell you, there's two different sales reps. There's good ones and there's bad ones. Okay? Back in the day, when I worked at Microsoft, I knew that the guy sat right down the hall from me. He'd say, "Hi, I couldn't get that deal approved. How did you get yours approved?" And I'm not claiming to be a good sales rep, but I got my deal approved. Couldn't get his deal approved. Why? Because there's no confidence that whether or not they give that price to that other that bad sales rep, that he or she's going to get the deal done. Right? So we make it easy. Good or bad, we put the logic in there because there's certain sales reps that can't get the attention of leadership to get a deal done. Especially at the end of a quarter, end of the year, the volumes are so high. You know, how many times have sales reps said to you, "Hey, if this deal doesn't happen this year, it's going to change next year"? Come on, let's be clear. It might change to get better next year because everyone has a Q1 number, right? So these are counteroffer templates that we put in play for the customer based upon each supplier, top suppliers we deal with, which are 250. We got 11,000 in the platform, but 250 common suppliers, those templates are already written out. Before I thank everybody, we'll open up to Q&A real quick and don't hold back. Anybody have any questions? Yes, sir. Yeah, Rick. So the question is, would we get involved and with the client and say that might not be the right solution for you? We don't do that. We're not. We let the client make the decision. Now, if they come to us, I was having a conversation with a gentleman over here and say, who's the top 3 competitors we should consider? We'll put out a competitive thesis for them. So it's like a white space. You know, features, functions. You know, what's their balance sheet look like? You know, what kind of relationship, who runs sales, development team, stats specifically, but we never advise a client of what technology to buy, nor will we, right? We got to be agnostic to that. Good question. What other questions do we have? Yes, sir.
So if you cause suppliers to take a haircut, why do they like working with you?
Oh, that's a great question. Why are they here? Why are they here today? So the short answer is we started out today about time. How much time do you have? So typically when we get on the phone, we're negotiating with, we'll do a year 250 Microsoft deals. We're not negotiating this is not to take any offenses, we're negotiating those deals probably with the sales ops people at Microsoft. Now, we have one-offs throughout the year as well, too, but the volume that we're negotiating, and they know if we give them a call, they're going to get a deal. But here's what's really interesting to that question. It's the suppliers aren't told to go give you what they know they can give you. I've got guys on my team that worked at, I won't say the name of the companies, but I've got a lot of we have a lot of CIOs that work for us, and I've sold to them, or some of our other teams sold to them, and we sit around and we have a beer and we say, we never gave you the best deal, right? They know where they can go, right? But typically, what their position is, the supplier's position to the client is, oh, your net effective discount, the last deal was 45. So that's their justification of getting a good deal. 45 might be nothing close to what they could have gotten on the last deal, right? We call that what do we call that, Justin? Where you fall into quicksand approach. But we get deals done quicker, right? And quite frankly, that counteroffer template right here, that's helpful for our suppliers, and I think if you talk to them, they would tell you that. We're writing their business justification of why they should give that concession to the client. And as you can see, the last one on here, I don't know if it's on here. If an agreement is reached, PASS will work with its client to accelerate signatures on the agreement. Isn't that what every supplier wants to hear about? The end of the rainbow, right? So we're guaranteeing if we can get to this is an example. There's a lot of different examples here, but this is an example of a counteroffer template that we customize for each supplier. What other questions? Come on, we got to have at least one more question. I knew I was walking over here because I knew that Mike was asking a question. Michael?
Can we go back to deal recognition and revenue recognition for a minute?
Yes, sir.
So I signed a 36-month deal for $5 million a year with Oracle, and they're recognizing that. And you're saying that
Is it on-prem or cloud?
the timing of that deal signature doesn't matter? So Oracle's fiscal year end is what, May? 12/31?
It's May. I hate to say this. I know that before my kids' birthdays, but go ahead.
So it's May, right?
Yeah.
Microsoft is June 30th.
Yeah. Cisco's July.
So if I'm a procurement guy, I'm waiting till 3:35 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I got a guy on the West Coast who can sign a deal with a timestamp before 12 p.m. California time for a deal that still closes before their fiscal year ends, right? You're saying that doesn't factor into the decision-making process anymore?
No, because the clock sticks when it's provisioned. Like the Oracle guys can give you more details, or other folks can give you details. Backup. The question is it an on-prem deal? That matters, right? On-prem additional license. No one's buying on-prem technology, new stuff, at least that I'm aware of. So they would recognize that full deal up front if it's on-prem, right? There's guys like Mike Faberjanic at Oracle and Peter and those guys, or PJ Maloney, they'll sell you all that stuff. Now, if it's cloud, right, you'll hear sometimes the client will say, hey, we know you don't want to invoice, so we'll provision it 30 days from today, right? When you install, we talk about Oracle, but we talk about anyway, many of the platforms, when you go in, they'll provision your keys. Once you provision and turn the platform on, the clock starts ticking, unless they negotiate that, and that's where we help out as well. But they don't recognize that revenue until a month after. If it's a 36-month contract, and what are we in right now? We're in March, and they started in March, they won't recognize any revenue in March until April 1st. It's 30 days in arrear. That's why holding it to the end makes 0 sense, right? And it goes back to the initial thing, time. It is, but there's still people out there that think that they're going to wait out a software provider till the end and get the best deal. It doesn't happen. Like, we did 3,500 benchmarks last year. I don't know how many deals we did. I know how much money we've saved. And The best deals get done when there's executive alignment, right? And there's a mutual close plan in place. What do I need to do as a supplier? What do I need to do as a client? And those are the best relationships that end up being those marriages that you want.
So follow up that question.
Sure.
If there's no requirements associated with time from a procurement perspective doesn't matter anymore, why is there so much pressure on sales teams to close quarters before we quotas and things like that?
Yeah, they're still measured obviously by the street, so they've got to do that. But there is a little pressure on time because, Michael, so the business needs to have the product up and running, right? There is a business problem that's why they're buying that software, right? So there is some pressure there, and that's where the visibility, and that's why I think it's important. Salespeople need to have, they need to understand those 4 pillars, or maybe there's 6, I don't know. But at the end of the day, on the negotiation side of it, at the end, they need to be talking to one. It's procurement. Like if there's segregations of duties now. There's all these other different things out there. You know, IT dipping in and negotiating deals. Those are the deals that we love to see because they're horrible deals, right? IT needs to be running IT in many shops that we see nowadays. But the procurement, the recognition of the timing side of it is, you know, they got to get deals to deliver back for the business. They got to get those done. But I've seen suppliers, 3 days left in the year, they say, we're not even going to process your order because we can't even recognize the revenue. Like, depends on the volume. You know, it really does. What other questions do we have? Yes, sir.
I'm just curious, when you started out past, how did you get people interested if you didn't have all the data to begin?
We had a consulting company before that. It's called Receptio, right? So we work for these big SIs, and we'd take a penny, and they'd take the 99 cents. And at the time, our CTO had said, we need to build a platform, and we can really monetize what we're doing here. And then we can deliver quicker outcomes from our clients. And we initially started with just pricing data on software. And just so we're clear, we focus on technology and credit card merch only. We're not the company that can do all of your categories, right? In fact, most of those companies that say that, we actually sell them our data. So we just focus on the technology category. But once we build it out, our platform is Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. We love it. It's every client gets an instance called Pass 360 that all their spend data goes into. There's 5 modules in the platform that they exchange the data, so it's private. We don't have to worry about any data flying around, so it's uploaded. You upload a contract in Pass 360. One of our analysts gets a notification. He or she will take that notification, and the clock starts ticking. It's 24 hours for a price check on aisle 4, right? Comprehensive or 48 hours. And then if you want a competitive one, it could be more than 72 hours, but it's typically 72 hours, depending on how much work we have to put into and how many competitors we have to look at. Answer your question? Thanks. Yes? Yeah, so I think I heard you, but you talked a little bit about the assignment divestiture clauses and contracts. Yes. And by the way, thanks for speaking up. I will tell you this. There's another powerful choice out there, too, and it's called third party. And it's really disrupting the business, and it's delivering value to the clients at no risk. I mean, you look at Origina's in the room here. You see some of the companies we got here. Rimini Street's here. They got a lot of clients in Pittsburgh. They got a lot of clients across the globe. We're on the phone with their executive team, you know, on a daily basis. So that gives you another option that you might not want, and you might not be getting any more value out of your on-prem, and you might have that, you know, visibility or vision to go to cloud over the next 6 year, whatever, 2 years. It's an easy option. It's an easy button for me, but you got to make sure the stars align on pricing, or not on pricing, but where you're at on the version of the platforms as well. Assignment divestiture, yeah, we every deal we do, will have that type of language in it. It just gives you that flexibility. If it's an on-prem deal, there's shelving language. But yeah, that gives the customer a tremendous amount of flexibility. You heard from the private equity group before in here. You know, they may or may not have had that in most of their contracts. You can read the tea leaves, but it just gives so much more flexibility. And if you ask the right way and you can explain why you need that language to the supplier, you know, truth be told, you might get what you ask for. But if you have an old contract, you know, it's tough for them to reconsider putting all that stuff in there. So you get one chance to get your CSA right. You get one chance to get your pricing right. Right? You get one chance to get all those terms and conditions right. ERP deals are every 10, 15 years, something like that. What's a network refresh? How often network refresh? 3 to 5 years. Got to get them right. Any other questions? All right, real quick, I want to thank all the partners. This is our first time we've done the event, and it means a lot. Everybody's invested a lot of their time, right? So we appreciate that. But if you're in the room and I call the name of your company, please stand up real quick and just introduce yourself to everybody, if you wouldn't mind. And I'll start with my guy up front from Ariaka.
Hi, everybody. With Ariaka. I run the Northeast Channel partner program. I know Eric for a couple of years. Excited to start first time here. I think they did a great job and look forward to future events here. So anyone looking to SD-WAN or SASE from a global standpoint, please give us a call or reach out and I'd be more happy to touch base with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lou. I saw AT&T, but are they in the room here? AT&T's in the back. Feel free to say hi to them. Celonis, I believe, I don't know if Justin's still here from Celonis. It was an interesting presentation. Emerge Markets. I think they had a little thing that they already did in the back, right, Nat? Granite. Now, this guy right here, hockey guys. These are two hockey guys. He got in a fight last night at the Penguins Arena. I'm joking. Thanks, Jason. Thanks, Ian. You guys have been a great partner. Rimini Street, is it Rimini or Rimini? It depends on your accent, yes. Let's call it Rimini Street today. How's that sound? Romani, okay. Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. I noticed Oracle's not on there. That's a mistake. But Oracle, Carlos, you want to introduce yourself to the team? Great. Thanks, guys. You guys have been busy and with a lot of our clients. We appreciate the partnership and working with you guys. The partner group, I don't believe they're here. I think they're at an event in Vegas. US Cloud, I saw US Cloud here. The guys in the room? Where are they at? They're not. They headed out. Okay. Verizon?
Eric, Verizon's here.
That's right. We're right here. Biggest hidden secret.
Truth be told, Verizon and Pass and Roar have been doing some major opportunities and working on deals together. It's been exciting. I'm covering for some peers in Florida, where I'd like to be right now. But beautiful blue sky today. Thanks for having me, Verizon. Appreciate the partnership.
Yeah, likewise. I think we're gonna get things closed up here, but there is gonna be snacks on the way out. And from the bottom of our hearts, we really appreciate you guys that made your time here. All the speakers, I still see some people here. Mark, great job. Some of the speakers, Mike. I don't know if I see anyone else here, but it was great. And by the way, these, the stats are, Marcus, how many people did we have at one point on the live stream today? Over 700 on the live stream, so that'll be going out. So a lot of the content will be repurposed for you guys as well. But travel safe, and you can stick around for a little bit if you want to continue to network. And once again, thanks. Appreciate it.